Chapter 525. However, she was unable to bear the consequences. The Green Lantern tribe had few members and low combat power. Her thin shoulders could not withstand all kinds of unpredictable risks. That was why, under her restraint, he continued to pursue the principle of hiding from the world. Now that she met Thea, it gave her a glimmer of hope. Regardless of whether Thea made a promise blindly or not, the fact that she could fight more than 30 people like it was child's play proved that this woman was very good at fighting and her combat power was very strong. Although she had turned over a new leaf today, Qing Nu still had the experience of being a bad person. Whether an organization's leader could fight or not determined the lifespan of the organization. This rule was an ironclad rule on most planets. The leader's fish determined how far the organization could go. Qing Nu finally made up her mind and reached out to take the Book of News. Leading more than 100 people did not have much power, so she gave up happily. In return, Qing Nu pulled Thea and said loudly, "Thea Quinn is our sister. She can inherit the position of leader of the Green Lantern tribe." In the previous battle in the illusion, everyone knew her name, so no one asked Thea who she was. She was still met with silence from the crowd. Thea sighed inwardly. She still had to rely on her fists to speak. As the leader of the Green Lantern tribe, it was definitely not appropriate to take out 120 yellow lantern rings. It was meaningless to use other forces to suppress them. Thea had no choice but to put on the green ring and change into the somewhat shameful clothes. The clothes were made of so little material that it made one's hair stand on end. The upper part of the clothes was just a small singlet that barely covered the indescribable parts. Her entire lower abdomen, arms, and back were exposed. The lower part was even more exaggerated. A pair of briefs with 2 long curtains tied at the front and back. Other than that, there was nothing else. Compared to the tight clothes on the Green Lantern and Yellow Lantern tribe, the Green Lantern tribe's style was simple to the extreme. Not to mention the exposed thighs, there was not even a pair of shoes. Even Thea wanted to dig up Aubin Su's grave with such a simple outfit. You really are using the Green Lantern tribe as cannon fodder. You don't even have decent clothes. However, clothes were different from rings. Once set, they could not be changed. Thea could only fight in this attire. Fortunately, she had the ability to fly. She hovered half a meter above the ground and said to everyone, "Come at me together. Let me teach you how to fight between the rings of light." After that, she conjured a green giant and entered it, waiting for everyone to make the first move. Knowing that she was going to fight 100 people by herself, the Green Lanterns couldn't accept it. "You were indeed very powerful before, but if you don't use the power of the thunderstorm and only rely on the lantern ring, can you fight 100 of us by yourself?" A few hot-tempered people immediately began to attack. Under their lead, the rest of the people also began to attack. Thea sneered. She could see that these people were criminals from the previous universe. They were strong and weak, and each of them had some special abilities. Now that they saw that Thea had given up on her ability and used the ring to speak, they made the same choice. These guys lived in seclusion. They were not even as good as the Green Lantern recruits when it came to the usage of the rings of light. In addition, the Green Lanterns themselves didn't have much attack power. Their rings were now like toys in Thea's eyes. After living in seclusion for a long time, they were extremely inexperienced in fighting between the rings of light. Not only did they not cooperate with each other, but their attacks were also extremely messy. There were even instances where they collided with each other. Thea's lantern ring was not as good as Qing Nu's, there was no doubt about that. However, it was still better than these guys in front of her. Coupled with her rich experience in fighting with the rings of light, her giant rushed into the crowd and crushed them. Her rich experience made her like a martial arts master beating ordinary people. The difference in physical fitness was not big, but the difference in experience and skill was like heaven and earth. Thea could conjure all kinds of legendary creatures and high-tech weapons at will. These Green Lanterns had lived in seclusion for a long time. They were almost lacking in imagination. They were a group of criminals before, so their imagination was very limited. The hammer and chain that they conjured were like toys to Thea. The Green Lanterns were easily knocked to the ground by her. Thea stopped conjuring and gestured to Qing Nu. The other party immediately took out the Book of Nu. An endless amount of emotional energy began to heal the injuries of these people. The Green Lanterns slowly stood up. Their expressions were not very good. Thea was too lazy to play any tricks. She pointed out the shortcomings of the Green Lanterns one by one. Everyone was speechless. They all lowered their heads, acknowledging the change of leader. Thea stayed on this planet for the next few days. She taught everyone how to use the rings of light. The rest of the time, she discussed various matters with Qing Nu. From her explanation, Qing Nu learned that they had been working as temporary workers all this time. Without a register, many of the things they did were actually meaningless, especially when the green lamp's energy source was in a state where it could only be used. Thea could not stay here for long. She also brought Qing Nu to see the Green Lantern cuttlefish. Unlike Thea, who was coaxing the Green Lantern beasts like children, Qing Nu trembled in fear when she saw the Green Lantern cuttlefish. The Green Lantern cuttlefish thought that someone had come to play with it again. However, Qing Nu's face turned pale. This made it very unhappy. This made Thea even more precious. She only understood this point after the event. She was a demigod. In terms of life level, there was not much difference between her and the Green Lantern beasts. She also knew the Green Lantern beast, Parallax. Naturally, she had no qualms about meeting the Green Lantern cuttlefish. Qing Nu was just an ordinary person. No matter how capable or intelligent she was, she could not change this fact. In the face of the Green Lantern cuttlefish made of pure energy, she could barely manage to greet it. Thea did not make things difficult for her. After all, she had introduced the Green Lantern cuttlefish to her. There was nothing she could do if she was trembling in fear. The Green Lantern cuttlefish was on the right track. The old man named Nadamo was the happiest. He seemed to have put down a heavy burden. Except for occasionally mentioning why Bin Su did not come back to see him, he was happy the rest of the time. Another happy person was the Green Lantern cuttlefish. Previously, the Green Lantern cuttlefish did not go through the registration procedure. Although they generated a huge amount of compassion energy every day, the Green Lantern cuttlefish could not touch the energy at all because of the wrong procedure. From time to time, Nadamo would come to the Green Lantern cuttlefish to draw energy from it. It was very uncomfortable for the Green Lantern cuttlefish. Now that everything was standardized, the Green Lantern cuttlefish was finally able to enjoy the benefits it deserved. A large amount of compassion energy was injected into the Green Lantern cuttlefish every day. The Green Lantern cuttlefish was so happy that it almost jumped out. In addition, Thea, who was good at coaxing children, would chat with it from time to time. The Green Lantern cuttlefish felt that these days were the happiest days for it. Thea was not idle either. She began to reorganize the Lantern cuttlefish. The ability of instantiation was the foundation of everything. This was something that everyone needed to learn. Transmission was a unique skill of the Green Lantern cuttlefish, so she could not give up on it. She opened several literacy classes, beginner classes, and advanced classes. Chapter 526. After learning for a period of time, she sent out a few decent fighters to do propaganda. There were a lot of bad guys in the yellow lamp, so they had to use the neutral camp as a cover. The green lamp didn't have this problem at all. They openly preached all kinds of purposes, and when they met the right people, they would send them back with a ring to participate in professional training. Qing Nu's paranoia was indeed serious. At first, she was worried for a few days, as if countless aliens would jump out and annihilate them in the next second. Later, when a few tribe members returned and told her about the situation outside, she realized that she was overthinking. Thea stayed for half a month, and when she felt that everything was on the right track, she said goodbye to everyone and returned to Earth. Learning from the green lamp's technique, her teleportation technique had reached a new level, and the feeling of being able to travel across the universe in an instant made her feel very comfortable. Compassion could only be said to be useful now, but it would take a while to be able to use it as freely as fear. The affairs on Earth were completely on track, but the 6 mechs working at the same time had exceeded the maximum production capacity of the Quinn Group. After all, they were a group, not a country. Several CEOs obtained Thea's consent and gradually sold some of the simple construction work to other groups. A conservative estimate was that so far, there were at least 1 million construction workers involved in this manufacturing project. Thea was just trying to maintain the lead, and making money was really secondary to her. Just as she was preparing for the next stage of the research, Diana came to her. "Are you going on a trip?" In the apartment in London, Theo looked at Diana, who was packing, and asked a little strangely. "I'm not sure, but I have a feeling that after I took off the silver bracelet on Doomsday last time, there seemed to be some changes in my body." Diana repeatedly described, but she didn't know how to explain it, so her words were very vague. Thea asked a few more questions, but Diana's situation was more like some kind of whim. She had never seen this kind of situation before, so naturally, she couldn't give any reasonable suggestions. "Do you feel some kind of call?" Thea's heart skipped a beat, and she asked. "I'm not sure, but a very vague feeling seems to be urging me to look for something." The Valkyrie had never been so confused before. She sat on the bed with her arms wrapped around her knees. Now that even Thea, who had always been resourceful, had no idea what to do, she felt even more lost. Thea could not say that she had no clue at all. She felt that Diana was most likely going to come into contact with the source. No one could be certain about such a conceptual thing. Her little advantage of being a prophet was of no help in this kind of problem. She did not even dare to say too much in order not to interfere with Diana's choice. Diana, who was originally at the peak of the demigod realm, might have vaguely sensed something in the process of removing the protective silver bracelet, which led to today's conversation. Diana should have taken off the silver bracelet during the battle with the Firstborn. Perhaps she also had some enlightenment at that time. Unfortunately, fate played a joke on her. Diana accidentally killed Ares and inherited his position as the god of war. This incident cut off her path to becoming a new god and made her unable to progress further. Now, by chance, she had reached the peak, but without Ares's interference, Diana's future was almost bright. Thea naturally would not stop her. She originally wanted to remind her of the power of the Wall of Origin, but after learning that her premonition was still on Earth, Thea could only keep quiet. There was a wild source on Earth. This kind of intangible and conceptual thing was really beyond her understanding. The young miss had never seen pork, nor had she seen a pig walk. She could only watch as Diana dressed up as a traveler and embarked on her own path of search. She could only say that she was envious of Diana. Diana was born with a max level and could become a god with just a little practice. She was full of the aura of the child of destiny. However, everyone had their own fate. Everyone had different starting points and experiences, so it was really hard to say who was more comfortable. She felt that Diana could level up by going sightseeing. Perhaps others were also envious of her ability to rely on deceiving ordinary people to gather the power of all living beings to forcibly obtain the source. Diana went on to find her doubts with a sense of holiness. Thea naturally could not disturb her every now and then. At such a critical moment, her state of mind must not be destroyed. She returned to the metropolis with some annoyance. Rose Wilson, the daughter of the Nell, who was now in charge of the Earth's intelligence network, brought her great news. The personnel planted in Dr. Savannah's expedition team sent news that the doctor, who was born in a wealthy family and loved archaeology more than money, seemed to have made a major breakthrough. 45 miles north of Baghdad, they seem to have found a place that is very similar to the historical record, Ross Wilson reported respectfully. Haha. Thea, who had always been a little gloomy in front of her subordinates, could no longer control her emotions and laughed happily. Tell your father that Target B has appeared. Ask him to bring people back to Earth quickly. Thea did not explain to Rose Wilson and ordered her to prepare. Rose Wilson bowed her head and left. Thea was very excited. Target A, Shazam, Target B, Black Adam. She had worked hard for many years and finally waited for this day. She was no longer the ignorant girl. Thea was very clear that as long as she could obtain the power of either of these two people, she could reach the peak of demigod. She was originally a little annoyed by Diana's advancement, but she immediately felt better. This had nothing to do with love. It was completely a way for two women with the same character to get along. To put it in a tacky way, they were a match on another level. Their door was power and life level. 100 years ago, when they first met on Paradise Island, Thea was strong and Diana was weak. After that, the Valkyrie trained hard for 100 years, while Thea did not make any progress. The two of them were strong and weak. In recent years, Thea had been catching up head-on, and the two of them were tied. Thea even regained the upper hand with her various means. In the Battle of Doomsday, Diana chose to stake it all on one throw. It was not without the intention of climbing to the top. She thought that she would be under Diana for a short time, but she did not expect that fate would favor her. After absorbing Black Adam, she would go to the Wall of Origin to hook up with the Origin. Perhaps Thea could become a god before Diana. This was the reason for her joy. In the eyes of outsiders, the two of them were very sick, but this was how they got along. They were lovers and opponents, and the kind of opponents for life. In the original spacetime, Diana had abandoned Steve Trevor. This was a result of the great difference in strength between the two of them. There was no right or wrong, but there was no common language between them. An elephant might be friends with an ant, but if it stayed in the ant hole for a long time, neither of them could bear it. Thea suppressed the ecstasy in her heart. She knew that there was still a tough battle to fight. Black Adam was not as gullible as Billy Batson. Chapter 527. Black Adam was an adult, which meant that words would not work on him. Although he also shouted Shazam to gain power, unlike Billy Batson who got his power from the Greek gods, his power came from the Egyptian gods. Just like how Thea pursued the balanced development of the 6 types of magic, Shazam's ritual was to gain the power of the 6 gods to balance the user's body. Sue's endurance, Horus agility, Amon's strength and so on. That's right, one of the 6 divine powers of Black Adam was Thea's old friend Horus. This was also the main reason why she was confident in attacking him. After all, she did not want to kill him, but capture him and then slowly absorb his divine power. This made the difficulty of the battle increased by 2 levels. Death Knell came back quickly, and Midnight Daddy came along with him. As the only mage under Thea, he would be of great help in the upcoming battle. Thea ordered Death Knell to mobilize manpower everywhere. There were too many satellites in the sky above Iraq, and many of her subordinates could not be exposed. The people on Earth were only responsible for breaking the seal. As long as Black Adam was summoned, they would immediately pack up and teleport away. The actual battlefield was in outer space, and many of her subordinates were waiting on the other side. Black Adam, who had been sealed for 1,000 years, would probably leave Earth before he could understand what was going on. The process after that was self-evident, Thea's side would definitely win. Black Adam could be dragged away by force, but Shyvana's archaeological team was not suitable to do so. The archaeological team also hired a lot of mercenaries. In order to not expose her own traces, Thea was prepared to use firearms to deal with these people. In the chaos of Baghdad, who would know who killed them? Not long after, they met up with Death Knell's subordinates. Thea, whose teleportation spell had reached a new level, directly teleported away with dozens of people. In a valley 45 miles northwest of Baghdad, Dr. Shavana, who was in his 50s, was excitedly strolling around the campsite. He was also a rich baldy, but his focus was completely different from Luther's. Exploring the mysterious power had been his long-cherished wish for many years. For this wish, he could endure the ridicule of others and the ridicule of his family. This was because he always believed that there was a mysterious power in this world. For this reason, he taught himself hundreds of ancient languages and constantly appeared in dangerous places all over the world, seeking the truth of the world from ancient books. 3 years ago, through an unknown channel, he had heard of the legend of Black Adam, and the story of how this powerful magus rose from a slave to a king. Dr. Savannah didn't know that this was information that Thea had purposely revealed to him. He studied the ancient literature tirelessly and searched for clues in countless tombs. Finally, he made a major breakthrough today. He led his subordinates and spent several months in this faraway country just to prove that his judgment was correct. Doctor. You're right. We found something. Dr. Savannah could still recall the shock and admiration that came from the bottom of his heart when his subordinates finally saw the results of his stubbornness. He didn't order them to dig immediately. Instead, he returned to the campsite to look for the various clues he had collected over the years. He was like an examinee who was about to enter the exam. He kept looking at the parchment and rubbing that he could memorize. Finally, he calmed down. Thinking that his life's goal was right in front of him, he excitedly walked out of the campsite and entered a nearby cave. He quickly climbed up the ladder to the bottom. Even though he was already in his 50s and had been running in the mountains for many years, his body was still strong and healthy. "Gregory, how is it?" he asked his proud disciple. Even his proud disciple was already in his 30s. Gregory, who had a beautiful beard and a face full of hardships, happily replied, "Doctor, we accidentally dug out this door when we were digging. It's really incredible. The infrasound didn't detect this place at all." The bald Dr. Savannah suppressed his excited heart. He felt that his life's goal was right in front of him. He pushed his assistant to the side and personally took a small brush to clean the dust on the door. As the #1 archaeologist in the world, he found the location very accurately and quickly cleaned out a symbol. A simple but dignified symbol appeared on the door. "I." The bald doctor carefully compared it to what he knew. This symbol was very abstract. Many races worshipped the eye, so he couldn't determine what it meant at the moment. Everyone was encouraged by his personal appearance, and the cleaning work began to speed up. Soon, half of the stone door appeared in front of everyone. There was an eye on one side of the door, and a lightning symbol on the other side. The two of them faced each other, and there were some blurry words at the top. Such ancient words. I only know a few letters. This must be Black Adam's tomb. He must be. Dr. Savannah was so excited that he was about to explode. It seemed like he was talking to others, but it also seemed like he was talking to himself. The people who knew his habits didn't disturb him. He also knew that they wouldn't respond, but at this moment, he couldn't express his joy without saying something. Just when he thought that no one would respond to him, something unexpected happened. A clear female voice said, "Doctor, you're right. This must be Black Adam's tomb." With Death Knell's men pointing out the location, Miss Thea opened the sky-blue teleportation circle and directly arrived here. Now, not only was Death Knell recruiting a large number of mercenaries under Thea, Midnight, who was also very creative, wasn't satisfied with opening a tavern as a middleman. Realizing that he needed help, he found Mr. E of the Cold Flame Vatican. He told Mr. E that there were resources everywhere in the outer space, and precious magic materials were piled up like garbage. Attracted by the beautiful scene described by Midnight, both sides immediately turned hostility into friendship. Mr. E led the Vatican and directly became Thea's subordinate. However, Midnight didn't lie to him. Many magic materials that were extremely rare on Earth were everywhere in the outer space. Like a mouse that fell into a rice bowl, Mr. E, who was limited by the lack of resources, was so happy that he couldn't sleep. This time, when he heard that Thea had a big operation, he volunteered to help. Considering that they were also magicians, Thea also brought them along, so they arrived a little later than expected. "Dr. Quinn, you're here." The bald Dr. Savannah naturally knew Thea. He even watched the video of the metropolis more than 10 times because he was interested in the mysterious power. He also heard some information from the higher-ups. Many people thought that the magic Thea cast on Doomsday was a kind of technological ray. Magic itself was declining, and it deliberately avoided the world. Many people in power, including Dr. Savannah, who was a fanatic supernatural enthusiast, didn't realize that magic was around. Perhaps in Dr. Savannah's subconscious mind, magic should be incomparably noble and had long disappeared in the long river of time. How could such a legendary thing still exist? How could it be around him? Chapter 528. He was even looking forward to spending his entire life digging for evidence. If magic was right beside him, then what was the point of studying and researching for the past few decades? Subconsciously, Savannah had been ignoring more and more supernatural phenomena. He didn't want his life's pursuit to be in vain, but he didn't want to become a joke either. However, no matter what he thought before, the moment Thea teleported over, his persistence and belief collapsed. "Me? Of course I'm here to look for Black Adam," Thea said with a warm smile. "How did it become like this?" Dr. Savannah's bald head was covered in a thin layer of sweat. He wasn't a good person at all. When he heard the gunshots from the camp, it went without saying what it meant. Although Thea was wearing a jacket with her hands in her pockets and smiling warmly, Dr. Savannah had once mocked her for being a righteous person who lacked brains. Now, he didn't think so, especially when he saw the murderous Death Knell and the punk-dressed Daddy Midnight. These two didn't look like righteous people at all. However, what shocked him even more was that Mr. E asked Thea with a ferocious look, "Master, should we kill them?" After knowing that Mr. E had joined her, Thea healed his eyes after a short examination. She also picked out a simple meditation technique from Morgan Le Fay and taught it to him. She also told him not to practice those messy meditation techniques in the future. Mr. E, who was eager to show his loyalty, looked at Savannah gloomily, as if he was looking at a pig or a sheep. Thea thought for a moment. The doctor has worked hard and contributed greatly. Let's keep them for now. Doctor, your lifelong wish is here. Why stop? Continue. It was useless to say anything at this point. Dr. Savannah also had the spirit of someone who could die in the evening. He turned around and signaled for them to continue digging. He had this determination, but the others didn't. They were all workers and archaeologists, not warriors. They didn't have the ability to resist even if they wanted to. Especially when the people around Thea didn't look like good people, they didn't dare to resist. Let them speed up. Thea ordered Daddy Midnight under Savannah's puzzled gaze. The voodoo warlock then took out 2 pieces of beast bones and started striking them slowly and rhythmically. Then, Dr. Savannah realized that his students and assistants were all in a daze as they started to clean the door. Magic. Savannah's mind was in turmoil. He was happy, excited, powerless, and confused. All the joys and sorrows of the past flashed before his eyes. There really was magic in this world. He was a little dazed. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. In such a short time, the door had been cleaned up. His student assistants all walked out with wooden expressions. This scene was incomparably horrifying. How are you going to deal with me? He could tell that Thea was the leader, and he had talked to her a few times in the outside world, so he asked cautiously. Don't worry, I didn't kill your assistants. They will forget what happened today when they wake up. As for you, although you are not a good person, you are not a bad person either. Later on, I will erase your memory of today. When you wake up tomorrow, you will continue to look for Black Adam. Thea raised a finger and said with assurance. Nowadays, she didn't kill innocent people easily. The camp in the outside world was full of mercenaries. There were many people and people from various forces, so they had to be cleaned up. However, the people in front of her were all ordinary people. Some of them were even students. Although they came to Iraq to dig up other people's relics, they didn't deserve to die. Hearing that he was still alive, Savannah breathed a sigh of relief. After the crisis of life and death, the ideal in his heart emerged again. Don't erase my memory yet. I want to go in and take a look. After saying that, he pointed at the door. In the original spacetime, there seemed to be a secret room behind the door. Thea didn't know if Black Adam would come out if she opened it a few years earlier. After thinking about it, she decided to bring the doctor along as insurance. You also know magic. Savannah deliberately stayed away from the other murderous guys and stood beside Thea. Seeing her staring at the door, he couldn't help but ask curiously. Yes. Thea answered casually. Her mind was focused on observing the door. In the original spacetime, the bald doctor used a pry bar to force open the door. In her opinion, it was a joke. The magic door in front of her didn't match the pry bar at all. Savannah wanted to ask again, but Thea gave him a cold stare. He was so scared that he didn't dare to say anything. Then, he saw a scene that shattered his worldview. Thea kept gathering all kinds of energy balls in her hand and threw them at the door. It's very simple. After checking it a few times, Thea secretly sneered at the old Shahzan. Maybe he was very strong, but unfortunately, he didn't have a brain. This door could be described as simple to a magician. The magic he used to seal Black Adam was simple and brainless. Maybe in the era when magic was not popular, he thought that a lightning magic would be able to stop everyone. Thea injected a ball of lightning magic into the symbol on the left eye. The symbol quickly turned into the same lightning symbol as the one on the right. The heavy stone door slowly opened. A winding stone staircase appeared behind the door. Sia took the lead and walked in. Savannah immediately followed, and Death Knell and the rest walked at the back. After walking for half an hour, they finally reached the bottom. Dr. Savannah's equipment was left at the top, but he estimated that they were already deep underground. The space at the bottom wasn't big. There was only a hall connected to the stone staircase. There were two main rooms on the east and west sides. The two main rooms were filled with rare statues and piles of gemstones. However, Thea and the rest ignored the treasures and stood in front of a wall to observe silently. Dr. Savannah was also a rich man. Especially now that his life was hanging by a thread, no matter how good the treasures were, they weren't worth his attention. Besides, he had raided countless tombs, so he could guess that the treasures on the two sides were probably some kind of trick. This trick was too lame, and there was nothing new about it. When he saw Thea and the rest staring at a wall, how could he not know that there was a mystery behind it? He walked closer to take a look, but unfortunately, he couldn't find any clues. Thea was in a very good mood today, and a wicked idea popped up in her mind. She looked at Dr. Savannah, who was scratching his ears and cheeks with a faint smile. What? Do you want to see the secret here too? Wasn't this nonsense? Usually, if someone spoke to him like this, Dr. Savannah would spit in his face. However, he didn't dare to do so now. However, due to his curiosity, he still nodded stiffly. Eye of Spirit Vision. Thea stretched out her hand and swiped in front of his eyes. Savannah felt as if a valve had been opened in his mind, and countless illusions suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Fortunately, this person's willpower wasn't bad. He quickly focused his attention on the stone wall. This time, he finally knew what Thea and the rest were looking at. He saw that the originally empty stone wall was now filled with symbols and pictures of various races and civilizations. Chapter 529. This is an ancient Egyptian word, it means stop. This is cuneiform, it means devil or enemy. Oh my God, there are oracle bone inscriptions here. Professor Savannah was not exaggerating, he quickly deciphered several ancient words. Of course, he was also trying to prove his worth to Thea so that she would not kill him. It says that Black Adam has committed many evil deeds and is sealed here forever until a person who can destroy him appears. His enemies have imprisoned him here, the future generations can release him and bring magic back to the world. Savannah translated and looked at Thea in confusion. Stupid seal, he thinks that he has everything under control, but he is just a fool. The rise and fall of magic has its own reason, it has nothing to do with this place. Thea was getting more and more annoyed with the old Shazan. How dare he think that he can represent magic? Does he even know his own name? Savannah caught the contempt in Thea's tone and continued to translate. It says that as long as you chant a word, you can open the tomb. This word is, just as he was about to continue, Thea interrupted him. Thank you for your help, Doctor. It's our turn now. Do you want to continue watching or return to the surface? Professor Savannah certainly did not want his memory to be erased and return to the surface. He firmly said that he would not disturb them and that they could just treat him as if he did not exist. Thea did not comment. Based on the doctor's professional knowledge, she had already confirmed that this was the place where Black Adam was sealed. It was unreasonable to burn the bridge after crossing the river, especially when this bald doctor had been busy with her matter for several years. Seeing that he had worked hard for her, Thea decided to satisfy his curiosity. However, she still had to take precautions. She turned to Death Knell and ordered, "Watch him." Black Adam's seal fully reflected the old Shazan's ignorance and arrogance. Anyone could come here and yell that Shazan could break the seal. Thea was amused by this fact. Are you sure you are not joking? Since ancient times, who would design such a stupid seal? No one could be better than him. Black Adam was also a retard, he did not have the temperament of a magic villain. For thousands of years, he relied on his hard work to create a crack in the seal. After that, he would release a bit of magic to charm an ordinary person to come over and yell that Shazan. That was how he got out of the seal. Perhaps he did not think of it or he did not know how to charm magic, he was foolishly locked up for thousands of years. Even the old Shazan, who gave him his power, didn't know how to clean up the mess he made. He didn't talk about it at all and just spent his time as if nothing had happened. Only when he was so old that he couldn't walk anymore did he remember it. When he was young, he even created a guy called Black Adam. What should he do? At the last minute, he armed Billy Batson and let a 10-year-old child deal with his so-called nemesis. This was the life of the old Shazan. Thea did not like this person at all. If she had the chance, she would definitely chop off his head to comfort all the people who died because of him. Black Adam was the second human to bear the name of Shazan. Although his IQ was low, his strength was not weak. This mage who liked to use his fists to fight Superman had some real skills. It was a little difficult for Thea to take him down without attracting attention. Fortunately, the green lamp provided her with a lot of teleportation knowledge. If she dragged this guy to another planet, he would be at the mercy of others. In the eyes of Dr. Savannah, Thea mysteriously took out a golden staff. A lot of mysterious lines were drawn in the air by her. A quiet atmosphere surrounded the stone room that was less than 20 square meters. The weirdly dressed Midnight and Mr. E were also setting up something. The mysterious world that he had been pursuing all his life had opened a door to him. His survival instinct told him to leave this place quickly, but his enthusiasm for the mysterious knowledge stopped him. Fear and enthusiasm worked on his body at the same time. The bald doctor shivered and death knell looked at him from time to time. Black Adam in the original time seemed to only know how to cast lightning. Thea could not guarantee that he did not know other magic. The key was that this guy could fly. If he flew away when he noticed something was wrong, it would be troublesome. Referring to Hermes's underworld displacement, Thea improved the teleportation circle. She would transfer the entire area. After that, the big pit on the ground would be handled by Death Knell's Earth Woman. After checking twice and confirming that there were no problems, Thea turned to the bald doctor and said seriously, "Dr. Savannah, do you want to continue watching?" The bald doctor was in a fierce struggle. It was not hard to see that these people wanted to harm Black Adam. However, Black Adam's life and death had nothing to do with him. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to follow his heart. "I have to continue watching. This is my life's mission and belief." Thea was a little moved. For the sake of his dream, he was willing to sacrifice his life. No matter if he was a good person or a bad person, this kind of pure character was worthy of admiration. However, this bald doctor did not have any combat power, so he was not of much help to her. In the original time, he pried open the door outside and activated the magic gears. By accident, he obtained a magic eye, which started the prelude to the battle between Black Adam and Shazam. However, he did not have a good ending. Immersed in the world of magic, he was eventually exhausted by the magic eye. From this point, it could be seen that he did not have the talent to become a mage. A simple magic eye could only be powered by vitality. How sad it was. Thea felt his persistence and wanted to try to persuade him. "We will go to the outer space to fight later. Do you want to come along?" It would have been better if she did not say it. After she said it, she found that Dr. Savannah's eyes were shining. He was in a state of excitement. He nodded quickly. "Well, my magic circle has been set up. This seal will be opened by you. You can read the words on the wall, right? Read it, but I can't guarantee whether there will be any danger later." Thea felt that he was the one who called out Shazam in the original time, so she let him do it here. If there was any danger, it could only be said that he was unlucky. Savannah did not think about those things at all. At first, he carefully approached the magic circle set up by Thea. Later, he found that he could not touch the lines floating in the air at all. His heart was set, and he quickly walked to the wall to identify it. Shazam! Dr. Savannah received Thea's signal and read it out loud. As soon as his voice fell, the whole wall seemed to be hit by a heavy object. Huge cracks spread out in all directions, and the wall collapsed instantly. The bald doctor, who had been prepared, quickly moved back. When the smoke and dust dispersed, a strong man in black with a hood and a long cloak gradually appeared. His eyes were surrounded by lightning. Chapter 530. Who released me? You have made a big mistake. You have released the fear that you don't understand. As a reward, I can spare your lives. With a big golden lightning symbol on his chest, Black Adam, who had the temperament of a villain, was released from the seal. He was in high spirits and didn't even look at Thea and the others. He just talked nonsense. Other than being arrogant and pretentious, Milady's evaluation of this guy was that he had no brain. Why don't you at least observe the environment? Villains die because they talk too much. This was really a wise saying. In order to avoid any more trouble, Thea didn't want to talk nonsense with him on Earth. She immediately activated the teleportation circle. A sky blue light flashed, and the 20 square meter stone room, Thea, the others, and Black Adam, who didn't understand what was going on, were all teleported away at the same time. A deep circular pit appeared here. As they disappeared, the stone room was completely silent. At the same time, on an uninhabited planet 11 light-years away from Earth, Thea's powerful fighters had been on standby for a long time. Dead Man, Gritter, Fiora, Poison Ivy, Lightning Lady, and the newly joined Frost Killer and Red Whirlwind. Some of them were in a daze out of boredom, and some were whispering. When they saw the teleportation light flashing, they quickly scattered and stood in place. The teleportation ended quickly, and Thea, Death Knell, and Midnight also joined the encirclement. The air content here was similar to that of Earth. Mr. E pulled Savannah, who was looking around, to stand outside and watch the show. "Who are you people?" Black Adam's brain was a little confused. He was still underground before, so where was he now? Looking as far as he could see, it was a desolate place. Has Earth become like this? Thea regarded him as a pig waiting to be slaughtered and didn't want to talk nonsense with him. She turned to look at Grutter. "Can you control him?" The more rounded gorilla closed his eyes and tried for a long time. He shook his head. There is a barrier in his spiritual world that can't be broken in a short time. Thea wasn't surprised by this result. Although the general characteristics of these generations of Shazans were that they were brainless, their IQ was worrying, and their willpower was low. However, the infusion of the god's divine power still gave them a passive attribute that prevented them from being mentally controlled. If one wanted to forcefully control them, they would have to break through the god's divine power protection before they could touch their actual personalities. Their powerful magic immunity, the ability to fly, and the ability to cast spells, as well as their unique divine power, had boosted their overall attributes to an inhuman level. To a certain extent, they were very similar to Diana. Other than the fact that the Valkyrie didn't need them to shout praises, their actual strength was similar. This was also the reason why Thea had gathered all the hired thugs to team up. Actually, it was not difficult to kill Black Adam. All Thea had to do was to borrow Diana's truth lasso and put it around his neck. She would then ask him loudly what the transformation spell was. Black Adam would then shout and Shazam would become an ordinary person. There were too many ways to deal with an ordinary person. The only pity was that even though his strength was extraordinary, he was still an ordinary person. Naturally, he was affected by the lifespan of an ordinary person. Black Adam had been sealed for 1,000 years. He was too old. Once he left the Shazan's divine power, he would probably die of old age. No one cared whether he died or not. If the divine power dissipated with him, it would be too much of a pity. Thea thought about it again and again. There was only one way left, and that was to beat him until he fainted. After that, she would use Horus' divine power as a backdoor to bypass the divine power barrier and control the main body in the spiritual world. Finally, she would give the divine power to Thea and it would be a success. Yes, the power system of the Shazans was very magical. It was easy to get it, but it was also not difficult to take it away. Divine power and magic were not cultivated by themselves. They neither cherished nor cared about it. Just like Thea, she had nothing to do but purify, refine, and keep it consistent with her own body. They didn't do these things at all. The relationship between divine power and their main body was like that of a tenant and a landlord. They couldn't bring it with them when they were born, and they couldn't bring it with them when they were dead. Old Shazan and Black Adam would occasionally do something useful. The third-generation Shazan's naughty child, Billy Batson, completely treated magic as a toy. He even carried out the spirit of sharing and shared a part of his magic with his friends and pet tiger. This was simply blasphemy to magic, especially when compared to Dr. Savannah's enthusiasm. Shazan should be thrown into the garbage heap of history. Thea waved her hand to her subordinates. Attack at will. The first to jump out was still the Lightning Lady. I heard that you also know how to use lightning. Let's compete. After saying that, she didn't care about the other party's expression. The silver-white arc of lightning gathered in 1/10 of a second and was thrown at Black Adam with a speed that pierced through the air. Do I know you? Black Adam didn't know what it meant to not compete when you could fight. He only felt that he seemed to have picked up the wrong script to escape. However, in the face of an attack, especially an electric attack, he was not careless. In order to frighten these strange people, he chose to take it head-on. He also threw a lightning beam at the other party. The power of the magic lightning scattered the lightning arc of the lightning lady. The lightning lady, who was a bit of a masochist, looked at the lightning that was coming at her and didn't dodge. She directly collided with it. Her physique that could absorb electricity was indeed heaven-defying. She could absorb the lightning thrown by the Flash in the original timeline. Naturally, she could absorb Sha Zan's magic now. Awesome! Do you have more? More! The lightning struck her body and sent her flying 3 to 4 meters away. However, she didn't take it seriously at all. She licked her lips and asked Black Adam a little crazily. Crazy woman. Black Adam had never seen such a physique that could absorb electricity. However, he was very experienced in battle. He flew down and prepared to use physical attacks. However, he was stopped by Fiora in her black armor when he flew halfway. Fiora was the main force to deal with Black Adam. Her armor was personally made by Thea. After all, she had been with Diana for a long time. It was not difficult to make a set of armor. This set of black armor was not the original Kryptonian technology armor. Instead, it was a precious material found on a planet owned by the Ibn Trading Company. On that planet, such materials were treated as scrap. Mr. East saw these materials by chance, and he was so excited that he almost fainted. The aliens did a good job of sorting the garbage. A lot of waste materials were piled up and waiting to be processed. Mr. E accidentally found a whole mountain of obsidian. This powerful material with high magic resistance had long been extinct on Earth. The Cold Flame Vatican extorted the entire magic world and only found a small piece of obsidian the size of half a fingernail. After that, he gave it to Thea as if it was a treasure. One could imagine how excited he was when he saw the mountain of obsidian. After that, he and Midnight Daddy happily wandered around a few planets. There were all kinds of rare materials, which made the two of them happy like idiots. Their harvest naturally alarmed Sia. The young mistress didn't care much about it, as these things were not important to her. She only picked some relatively rare materials, and Fiora's current armor came from there. Chapter 531. When Black Adam saw Fiora charging towards him, he didn't take her seriously at all. Facing Fiora's punch to the chest, he grabbed her wrist and tried to throw her away. However, he knew that he was in trouble as soon as they came into contact. His opponent's strength was unparalleled. He couldn't change his move in time, so he could only try to dodge to the side. With a loud bang, Black Adam, who was originally floating in the air, fell to the ground and smashed a human-shaped hole. This person's body was really sturdy, he was completely fine. He took off his hood, revealing a rather dignified middle-aged man's face. "You're a woman worthy of my full strength, I." Just as Heiya was about to fly up halfway, he realized that his legs were entangled with plants. Numerous vines were rapidly climbing up his body. Occasionally, the vines would release some venom from between the vines, which seeped into his body through his skin. What the hell? Without waiting for him to say that he had an unfair advantage and that they wanted to fight him one-on-one, the newcomer Frost Killer attacked. Poison Ivy just happened to control the enemy. She flew behind Black Adam, her hands pressed against his body, and began to madly absorb Black Adam's heat. When Frost Killer was at her peak, she absorbed Superman's heat, relying on this move to eliminate the entire Justice League. Now, she was still far from that height, but she still caused damage to Black Adam. Cold, very cold. A bone-chilling cold. Even if Black Adam's magic resistance and various energy resistance were extremely high, he was still unbearably cold. In fact, Frost Killer wasn't just a simple ice attack. In theory, absorbing heat was her true ability. When the enemy lost a large amount of heat from their body, except for some special life forms, not many people could ignore it. Black Adam was first and foremost a human. He naturally had a body temperature. The loss of a large amount of heat made him instantly wilt. The vines that could be broken with a little strength now seemed to have grown on his body, and the loss of heat also took away his strength. Black Adam only felt that he had never been so weak before. Father Midnight threw a few spells like soy sauce, but the effects were minimal. He smiled bitterly at Thea. He didn't know what this big black man ate to grow up, but his magic resistance was frighteningly high. This made him a little helpless. Thea gestured for him to continue, while she began to cast a spell to lower Black Adam's magic resistance. When the ancient mages had nothing to do, they liked to slay dragons. Not all of them were proficient in both magic and martial arts, so it was impossible for them to fight a dragon with a staff. The key to victory was still magic, and the spell to reduce the enemy's resistance was born at that time. Even a dragon's resistance could be lowered, not to mention Black Adam. He didn't ask for it to be lowered permanently. As long as the spell could last for half an hour or so, it would be enough. As a large number of her spells landed on Black Adam's head, his resistance plummeted. Father Midnight's various curses finally began to take effect. Black Adam, who was getting weaker and weaker, suffered another 2 heat rays from Fiora. The blood at the corner of his mouth proved that he wasn't invincible under the heavens. At this moment, he already had thoughts of escaping. These people in front of him were too unruly. 10 against 1. Although he didn't know where he was, it was always right to run first. Feeling that his body temperature was dropping faster and faster, he no longer hesitated. He gathered the lightning magic in his body and hit the frost killer on his back. Caitlin, who was caught off guard, was directly sent flying. Black Adam quickly broke free from the vines and flew into the air. Master said you can't leave. The red whirlwind, whose core code had been modified, had been cruising in the air. Seeing that Black Adam was about to run, it directly turned into a whirlwind and knocked him down without thinking. Black Adam didn't have time to feel that the thing that knocked him down didn't seem to be a human. The crazy lightning lady and death knell attacked from the side. Poison vine lady and frost killer regrouped and pounced on him from the other side. Fiora, who was in the air, also began to attack him fiercely without stopping. Last time, when it was heavily injured by Doomsday, the military felt that the Red Whirlwind's attack wasn't enough, so they added a lot of technological weapons to it. Now, these weapons naturally fell into Black Adam's hands. Papa Midnight was casting magic attacks from the periphery, and the 7 of them surrounded Black Adam tightly. Thea, Deadman, and Gertrude were watching from the outermost periphery. In her opinion, it was only a matter of time before Black Adam was defeated. The problem was how to bypass the divine power of the gods and control his body. Her mind was wandering, and Black Adam, who was besieged, could only bitterly hold on. After fighting for less than 5 minutes, he felt a deep sense of malice. Not to mention the others, Fiora alone was enough to tie with him, and now there were 6 more helpers. He didn't know that the enemy wanted to capture him alive. Black Adam felt that it was already beyond his ability to hold on until now. What kind of grudge do you have with me? I can submit to you. Black Adam threw out a proposal that he thought the other party couldn't refuse. As long as he could stay alive, whether he submitted or not could be discussed later. Unfortunately, Thea only wanted his magic. After his magic disappeared, his lifespan would naturally come to an end. This was a condition that Black Adam couldn't accept no matter what. Seeing that the negotiation was fruitless, Black Adam began his final attack. He wasn't completely brainless. First, he forced Death Knell, who was slightly weaker, to retreat with a series of punches and kicks. Then, a huge lightning beam directly hit the Frost Killer. Lightning Lady fell for it as she madly jumped up to absorb the electricity. As a result, she blocked the attack path of the remaining people. Black Adam finally rushed towards the red whirlwind in the sky. A puppet. Get out of my way. Black Adam sent the red whirlwind flying with 2 punches. Just as he was about to fly away, he saw a pair of bright eyes looking at him. His home was destroyed, his wife and children were separated, and his life's pursuit was destroyed. He was so scared that he couldn't control himself. He didn't know what value he had left in life. Just when he was at the peak of his helplessness, God took pity on him and gave him the power that he had always dreamed of. Then, when he wanted to do something, his home was destroyed again, and his wife and children ran away. Fear and pity constantly lingered in his heart. He cried and laughed at times. Time seemed to have passed for a long time but also seemed to have passed for a short time. After that, he was punched in the back of his head by Fiora. The darkness in his vision suppressed his consciousness, and he was immersed in the illusion and reality. In the end, he didn't know anything. Jared, come. Thea tried a new emotional impact. She had to admit that the effect of combining 2 emotions was quite good. Black Adam, who was being beaten up, wasn't known for his strong will, so he was easily defeated by her. The round gorilla began his work. Professor Savannah, who sensed that the battle had ended, also carefully approached the battlefield. The scene of lightning and thunder just now was like a movie, which made him feel unreal. Black Adam, who he had been searching for, was beaten to the ground. A creature that looked like a gorilla from Earth was standing beside him. What was it trying to do? It couldn't be that it wanted to eat him, right? Professor Savannah felt that today's incident was strange from the inside out. Chapter 532. Who's this guy? Dr. Savannah looked at everyone with a careful and scrutinizing gaze, which made Lightning Lady a little dissatisfied. She asked Poison Ivy and Frost Killer beside her. Unlike Amelia, who dropped out of school early to become a streamer, Poison Ivy and Frost Killer were both people with degrees, especially Caitlin, who had talked to Dr. Savannah before. But now, with her white hair, black eyeshadow, and punk outfit, Dr. Savannah didn't recognize her. The 2 whispered the answer to Amelia. The former streamer didn't know why Thea found an archaeologist, but she wisely didn't ask. Thea didn't care about the whispers of her subordinates. She was very busy at the moment. She needed to use the divine power of Horus to open a back door in Black Adam's mind so that Gertrude could smoothly enter. The divine power of Horus could be said to be the first divine power she came into contact with. Although she had now erased the traces of the gods after several spiritual transformations, she could still simulate them. The image of the falcon god reappeared in Black Adam's mind and immediately attracted the attention of the divine power of Horus in his body. Thea didn't immediately assimilate this part of the divine power. The power of 6 gods was the foundation of Shazam's power. Like Thea's magic, they also pursued the balance of attributes. If a single divine power was absorbed, the rest would immediately collapse, and Thea would suffer a great loss. Her simulation was specious and attracted the attention of the divine power of Horus. Taking advantage of this gap, Gertrude's spiritual control quickly went through the gap. How is it? Thea saw that Gertrude had already gone in, and she also pulled away. Divine power was assimilating. If she didn't absorb others, others would absorb her. The resistance is still there. It's difficult for me to control him. Gertrude's voice sounded at the right time. Sia was not surprised. Black Adam was, after all, a top-notch mage. After thousands of years of accumulation, divine power and magic power had subtly changed him. That was to say, the seal limited him. Otherwise, he would have become a magical creature. Thea signaled Dead Man to join the crowd control. The control of the 2 rogues complemented each other very well. In the original time and space, Dead Man could temporarily possess Batman's body while Grid could control Mungo. Both of them could be said to be very powerful. Now that they were working together, there was almost no one who could stop them. Heye immediately fainted, his face still contorted in pain. Even though he tried his best to hold on, it was a pity that after half an hour of tug-of-war, his mental strength was completely depleted, and he was defeated in the end. "Boss, how is it?" In the end, the one who took control of Black Adam's body was the dead man. This somewhat despicable fellow moved around a few times on the spot, as if he was happy that he had taken the initiative to suppress the gorilla. Poor Groot had spent so much effort, but he was only one step away from being snatched by a dead person. He was so angry that he spat out saliva. Thea pushed the gorilla aside and gestured for the dead man to begin transmitting his divine power. "Slow down a little, steady, and even." Thea kept instructing the dead man, and the rich divine power of the origin began to be transmitted from Black Adam's body to Thea's side. Thea carefully tasted it. The other party's method of application was actually similar to hers, which was to downgrade the divine power to the use of magic power. However, because it was a gift from the ritual, the body did not own it. Usually, it existed in the form of divine power, but in battle, it would naturally be broken down into the corresponding magic power to strengthen the user. In her opinion, this method was completely evil. It was extremely detrimental to the long-term development of the body's mind. If it was not one's own, what was the use of practicing it? 6 different types of divine power began to be instilled into her body. Thea frowned a little. The divine power was indeed powerful, vast, and unstoppable. However, compared to these advantages, the shortcomings were more prominent. There were too many impurities. To her, the impurities were actually the essence of each god. Thea, who pursued purity and selfishness, did not like these characteristics of the gods. She only wanted to be herself, and did not want to be disturbed by these messy things. When the output of divine power reached a critical point, Thea was about to transform into Shazam. She shouted to stop. Currently, this was the maximum amount of divine power that could be accommodated under the premise that it did not affect her origin. "How much is the output?" Thea asked. "About a quarter of the total." The dead man carefully calculated for a long time. In other words, they still needed to inject divine power 3 more times. Black Adam's resistance would become weaker as the divine power was drained. Thea ordered everyone to go back, leaving only the dead man, Jared, and of course, Dr. Savannah. Thoth's wisdom, Sue's endurance, these characteristics of the 6 gods were the essence of ordinary people, but to her, they were impurities. She definitely could not absorb them. At the same time, in order not to arouse the vigilance of the old fool Shazam and destroy Billy Batson's better gift package, it was imperative to find a new owner for these remnants of divine power. The new owner of these impurities, was there a better candidate than Dr. Savannah, who was devoted to the study of occultism? Most of Thea's magic power was wrapped in the newly acquired divine power, but a simple hinting spell was not difficult for her. Dr. Savannah fell into the trap instantly. The hinting spell kept colliding with his imagination until he came up with the most friendly reason for Thea. "Look after him." Thea asked Jared to look after Dr. Savannah, and she began to absorb the unprecedented amount of divine power. She screamed, divided, and absorbed a huge amount of divine power into her body. Then, she degraded it into pure magic power. Her own level began to rise rapidly, and soon she reached the late stage of demigod. Then, she communicated with the holy sword and transformed into a hero spirit. She completely abandoned the part of the divine power essence that was unwilling to be integrated into her body. She divided a colorful ball of light. This ball of precious essence that represented the characteristics of the 6 gods was a treasure to others, but it was no different from poison to her. "Dr. Savannah, your years of tireless loyalty is worthy of this gift. Accept my gift," Thea said and put the ball of light into the bald doctor's body. The future Billy Batson could turn a big tiger into a wizard. It was obvious that the power of Shizan did not have any requirements for one's aptitude. Anyone who got it could use it. Just as she had guessed, even though Dr. Savannah was as slow as a rock when it came to magic, he was still able to fuse with the essence. He was now wearing the same outfit as Black Adam. The black cloak, the black hood, and the lightning symbol on his chest were all exactly the same. However, the essence had been sucked away by Sia, leaving only the skin of the gods on his body. Even so, Dr. Savannah was still very excited. The sudden increase in his strength and flying ability made him very happy. His bald head was dizzy. When he calmed down, Thea said, "Doctor, just like the guy on the ground, you can transform by shouting the spell Shizan. If you want to cancel it, you can also shout this." She told him to stay where he was. There were still 3 balls of divine power residue waiting for him to receive. Chapter 533. Thea estimated that after absorbing all the residue, Dr. Savannah would not be as strong as the original Black Adam, but he would still be able to defeat a few second-rate heroes and villains. After all, he was blessed by the power of 6 gods, which was fundamentally different from ordinary people. In the following time, Thea and the dead man began to absorb the power crazily. When she absorbed the power for the second time, Black Adam felt the energy in his body draining away and woke up once. Unfortunately, his strength was greatly reduced, and he was still suppressed by the dead man and Grud. The 4 people stayed on this nameless planet for 10 days. The divine power allowed Black Adam to be sealed for thousands of years without starving, so naturally, Dr. Savannah would not starve to death either. The dead did not need to eat, and Thea was so busy that she was too lazy to eat. The only one who was hungry was the gorilla, but it did not dare to bare its teeth at Thea. Later, Thea saw that it was so hungry that it curled up into a ball and looked a little pitiful, so she gave it a lot of food to appease this stupid but cute guy. After every absorption and conversion, Thea had to rest for 3 days to adapt. First, there was a process of adapting to the sudden increase in power, and second, there was a somewhat mysterious mental state problem. This thing could be said to be useful, but it could also be said to be useless. In the repeated purification, conversion, and cutting, Black Adam's divine power was completely absorbed by her. The second-generation Shizan finally returned to his original state because of the exhaustion of his divine power. Then, under the gaze of the people, his life was exhausted and he turned into dust and dissipated with the wind. Thea was now more and more like a psychic. Before Black Adam died, she looked at him with a gaze full of pity, and the second-generation Shizan left the world with satisfaction. Of course, his death was not in vain. At least 60% of the pure divine power was completely absorbed by Thea, and more than 20% of the impurities of the gods gathered on Dr. Savannah's body. Now, this doctor could be called the second-generation Black Adam. The black robe, the lightning on his chest, and the big bald head, at this time, Dr. Savannah's villainous aura was overflowing. After a few days of interaction, she realized that although this bald professor was not a good person in the traditional sense, he was not a bad person either. He was just overly passionate about mysticism. Now that he had power, even if it was a broken version of Shizan's power, he had at least taken that crucial step. The old man in his 50s didn't need Thea's instructions at all. He knew how to make a fortune in silence. Thea asked everyone to return to their own homes. The next group activity would be announced later. She did not return to the metropolis. Instead, she returned to Star City. Now, her strength had reached the pinnacle of the demigod realm, which was similar to Diana's strength 10 days ago. It was just that Diana had 100 years to settle down and adapt, but she did not have this condition. The original plan to go to the Wall of Origin had to be put on hold. In her current state, even if she hooked up with the source, it was not suitable for her to become a god immediately. She needed to stop and adapt to the new realm. There was nothing he could do even if he didn't stop. All kinds of fantasies swirled in front of his eyes. Some were scenes of him going berserk and destroying things, while others were scenes of the Virgin Mary exploding and saving the world. She, who was a master of illusion, knew that she was definitely not in an illusion, but the skyrocketing power was affecting her judgment every minute and every second. Thea felt that she had most likely gone too far. Even if she only absorbed 60% of Black Adam's divine power, it was probably higher than the ceiling of the peak of the demigod realm. The only fortunate thing was that she did not exceed it by much. Similar to Diana's situation, her strength had broken through a threshold. She also sensed the call at the level of the rules. Some were violent, and some were peaceful. Thea guessed that it should be the source that was calling her, but now she was restless and did not dare to make a choice at all. Thea could only gather all the energy in her body. The source was not urgent. They were there. She needed to stabilize her side first. She walked slowly on the streets of Star City like an ordinary person. Although she had faded the traces of her existence, and wore big sunglasses and a scarf to cover half of her face, her appearance still attracted trouble occasionally. "Miss, do you want some? The latest ecstasy?" 3 gangsters with bad intentions stopped her and took out a pack of indescribable things to try to sell her. The young lady was a little speechless. They were trying to sell it to her. It seemed that the green arrow did not hit Count Vertigo hard enough. Did they spend all their time on romantic relationships? She had to think about how to deal with these bugs in front of her. Thea could not help but look around. She wanted to see if there were any cameras nearby. If there were, it would be best to turn them off for a few seconds. The gangsters did not know that they were about to die. They thought that Thea was looking around for a way out, and all of them laughed wantonly. Just as Thea was about to kill these guys, 3 darts flew past. The gangsters were hit in the neck by the darts, and they died without a sound. Such a ruthless method was definitely not from the Green Arrow team. Thea turned her head and looked to the right. A tall and thin old man in a simple robe slowly walked out. Thea looked at the tall and thin old man and could not help but laugh. "Ninja Master. Why did you come to Star City instead of resting in Southern Bart? If you want to find Damien, he has returned to Gotham. By the way, did Talia let you out? This isn't like her. Could it be that you sneaked out?" The Ninja Master was even thinner than before. He looked at Thea's sunglasses and scarf and asked curiously, "Why are you dressed like this? Are you injured?" It was no wonder that he thought so. In his impression, Thea was a very powerful person. How could she be stopped by a few gangsters? The only explanation he could think of was that she was injured. "You think too much. I'm just deliberately suppressing it." Thea was not going to waste her cultivation and had to recultivate. There was nothing that she could not say. Deliberately suppressing it. Do you have nothing better to do? The Ninja Master, who was passing by and was about to leave, was curious. Do you mind talking to a dying man like me? Talking to a super bad guy about this? Thea thought that the Ninja Master who had lived for 800 years might have a different opinion. So, she briefly explained her situation. To be honest, the Ninja Master did not understand her words. Even though Thea did not mention anything profound like Genesis to him, he still did not understand. Can you describe it with facts? The Ninja Master's curiosity was not ordinary. To a certain extent, he was similar to Dr. Savannah in that they both searched for it. However, the difference was that the Ninja Master had a long lifespan. He had found a demon to help him, but Dr. Savannah did not have such conditions. His question stumped Thea. How could she use facts to describe something that was idealistic to begin with? After thinking about it, she decided to let him experience it. Thea released a little of her suppression and released about 10% of the energy in her body. The dense hallucinatory aura instantly covered a radius of 100 meters. The sensitive Ninja Master immediately noticed the abnormality. Chapter 534. The same thing would be interpreted differently in different people's eyes. For Thea, it was a battle between good and evil, a choice between camps. In the same illusion, Ninja Master saw his children who had died before him in the 800 years. In the first 100 years, he had left behind a huge family with his vast knowledge and wealth. Unfortunately, his descendants had chosen the wrong side and were all killed by the current emperor. Even if he took revenge in the end, it was useless. After that, he established several families on and off. His children and grandchildren might still be close, but in the later generations, not to mention the alienation of others, he felt that his descendants were no longer his family. Some people even tried to steal his secret of immortality. He was hung up and tortured by his descendants for who knew how many generations. This kind of horrible experience really made him feel at a loss. It was not until modern times that he had 2 daughters again. Unfortunately, the eldest daughter, Talia, was still very ambitious. Ninja Master could only believe that his blood contained the devil's curse, cursing him to be tortured forever. "Hey, old man, are you okay?" Sia loosened her suppression a little, and then she looked at Ninja Master's eyes and asked with some uncertainty. After all, this was Batman's father-in-law and Damien's grandfather. It was really troublesome for him to die in her hands. Ninja Master calmed down a little and said with a sigh, "It's really scary." "Is this your problem?" Thea was too embarrassed to say that this was only 10% of her strength, so she nodded. Ninja Master lowered his head and thought, "Have you tried meditation?" "I know more than 100 kinds of meditation." Thea was not lying. The meditation of the Assassin League pursued the cultivation of the heart. It was a bit like the combination of the feet and the sword. It had a miraculous effect on ordinary people, but to her, it was only a joke. "Have you tried traveling?" Ninja Master asked again. Thea shook her head and rejected this suggestion. Diana went from east to west, and she went from west to east. The two set off from the United States and met in an indescribable country. If this was made into a TV series, it would be very romantic, but in reality, it would be a bit awkward. She put the option of traveling at the end of her list. Then let's try living a normal life. You don't need to use your superpowers to study, work, and rest. Just treat yourself as an ordinary person. Ninja Master didn't know about her misgivings about traveling, so he suggested another method. Thea's eyes lit up. "This is a good idea." She signaled the Ninja Master to continue. "You're too young. Your heart has lost its restraints because of the sudden power you've obtained. You need to return to the starting point, think about your own heart, and find your original motivation again." Thea seemed to have understood something. Many heroes fell into a desperate situation, and at the critical moment, they remembered how they were in the beginning, and then they defeated their inner demons and turned the tables. His situation was a little different from hers, but there were still many things that could be learned from him. Thea felt that she had learned a lot from talking to this old man. For the sake of his advice, she decided not to inform Batman and the others. "By the way, why did you come all the way to Star City?" The old man's expression changed slightly. "I'm looking for the successor of the Alliance." "Could it be that you're looking for?" Sia guessed and asked tentatively. "Yes, the bloodline of the Quinn family is really enviable." The old man smiled like a weasel who had stolen a chicken. "Oh my God, he's interested in Oliver." Now that he couldn't catch Batman, the son-in-law he was most satisfied with, he started the backup plan. God knows how Oliver got into his eyes, but Thea felt that his relationship with her was definitely not shallow. She just owed the old man a favor, so it was a little inappropriate to turn hostile immediately. Besides, he really didn't have any bad intentions towards Oliver. Not only did he give away a little daughter in the original timeline, he also wanted to give away the entire Alliance. Now that he couldn't give away the Alliance, but his daughter was still here. Thea thought of Nissa's generous face. Her appearance was really ordinary, but after she and Oliver had a status, she was very well behaved. She was always called husband by Oliver, and he never asked who the enemy was, only where the enemy was. Now in this timeline, Oliver didn't have Talia to teach him. Even if his overall quality was strengthened by Thea, his pure skills were still a little weak. Accepting the training of the ninja master was also a good thing for him. You won't hurt him, right? Of course not. Thea felt satisfied. She wanted to protect her family, but she didn't object to them suffering a little to become stronger. She nodded slightly to the ninja master and turned to leave the alley. Since she had to live an ordinary life for a few days, Thea could only call her secretary, Miss Maisie, to pick her up. 2 hours later, she returned to the metropolis and signaled the secretary to close the door, saying that the two of them had some private matters to talk about. What are you doing? I'm not that kind of person. The secretary stood far away from her and said. Thea didn't know that Poison Ivy had done something to the secretary before, and this blame fell on her by chance. At this time, no matter how smart she was, she couldn't figure out the mystery in the middle. She was a little confused, but she didn't take it seriously. She took out a blue light ring and threw it to the secretary. Seeing the ring thrown at her, the secretary was scared and took 2 steps back. Thea didn't know that the secretary was imagining a lot of unhealthy images, so she could only explain. When the secretary learned that the ring could give her superpower, she put on the ring as if she was going to the execution ground. Then the revealing clothes made her misunderstand Thea's intention. It turned out that Thea was right. The secretary did have compassion, and the bright light on the light ring also proved it. Thea didn't know the messy thoughts in the secretary's mind, or she would have killed her. She explained the functions of flying, instantiation, and teleportation. The secretary saw that Thea didn't change her expression, and then she realized that she might have misunderstood. She turned her head and studied the functions of the ring happily. Miss Maisie was not weak, and she had been working in a high-tech group for a long time. She had been in contact with people like Thea, who were full of black technology. If she had a bad imagination, she would have been fired long ago. She quickly mastered several functions and flew around the office. After confirming that the abilities were real and effective, the image of Thea in her mind faded a little. Then she asked Blue Lamp Clothing, "This dress. Will it automatically become like this when I wear the ring in the future?" Thea was also depressed. It was all the damn Su's fault. No, he was already dead. I can't help it. The dress was designed in the beginning. Your compassion seems to be different from mine. Thea said and took out her compassion. Her compassion was a little blue, while the secretary's compassion was a little darker, with a little purple. The spectrum of emotions was very sensitive. Purple was love, which was not the same as compassion. I pity Mr. Luther. He is not happy. The secretary said a few words and then stopped. It was obvious that she didn't like this topic very much. Chapter 535. Thea still had a lot of troublesome things to deal with at home. Out of concern for her subordinates, she asked a few questions. Since the secretary was unwilling to say, she did not force her. However, she was not optimistic about this unrequited love. Luther only had eyes for Superman. Even if the secretary returned to him, he would not look her in the eye. Putting aside other people's private lives, Thea was still very satisfied that she was pitted. In the future, Green Lamp's representative from Earth would be the secretary, Miss Maisie. Such a shameful costume, it was enough for an Earthling to wear it. In the following days, as Ninja Master said, she would restore her original heart and gradually stabilize her mentality in daily life. In the past, she would avoid social interactions if she could. She felt that she should also try it. Locking herself in the laboratory every day was really not in line with a young girl's age. It was a good idea, but trouble naturally came with it. Miss Thea, may I have the honor of inviting you to dinner? A tall and handsome young man stood in front of her, elegantly inviting her. Thea felt that her teeth were about to fall out. If she said that she did not know the man in front of her, then she really did not know him. He was the founder and chairman of Palmer Technology Group, Ray Palmer with 3 doctorates, the future atomic man, and the main provider of atomization knowledge to Thea. Of course, that was in the future. He did not know the person in front of him. The two met at a government reception. Thea remembered that he was a man with a fiancée. In addition, they had fought side by side on the Wave Rider, so her attitude towards him was naturally different. Thea, who did not know that she had sent the wrong signal, casually chatted with him for a while. Then, the situation developed out of control. At this time, Ray Palmer, who already had a somewhat funny temperament, was very excited and launched a frenzied attack on the same day. It was not until then that Thea knew that he did not have a fiancé. She also did not know if it was her butterfly wings that had blown away the original living person. There was no doubt that the original space-time future was now a mess because of her. This could be seen from Reverse Lightning, who was hiding in the cutting-edge laboratory in Central City and constantly asking Gideon if he had come to a parallel world. He was not deaf or blind. He could not turn a blind eye to the rolling news on TV every day. The development of this world was too different from his original world. It was normal for him to have doubts. Under Thea's instructions, Gideon tried his best to bluff his way through, insisting that there were no changes to the future Flash. Even Reverse Lightning, whose IQ was off the charts, was dumbfounded. In fact, even if there were changes, there was nothing he could do. Reverse Lightning, who had lost all his speed, could only shut himself up and act like an ostrich. All he needed to do was wait. An old man without amazing speed was not worthy of Thea's attention at all. Ray Palmer, who came to her every day, annoyed her to no end. This man who sent flowers and treated Thea to dinner pretended to meet by chance, expressed his views on supporting superheroes, and talked about some cutting-edge knowledge of polymer chemistry from time to time when Thea was present. "Stop pestering me, we're not suitable for each other." Thea couldn't remember how many times she had said the same words. However, the big idiot was thick-skinned. He wasn't depressed by the rejection at all. Instead, his fighting spirit became more and more determined to pursue her. Thea couldn't afford to provoke him, so she could only avoid him. Face recognition, distance warning, behavioral simulation programs, modular computing, and all kinds of high-tech equipment were used. Sometimes, the two of them would attend a party at the same time, but Ray Palmer couldn't find her. Ray Palmer, who had an equally high IQ, quickly discovered the problem. His interest grew, and he began to play the game of guerrilla warfare against guerrilla warfare with her. Ray Palmer lived up to his identity as a scientist. The many high-tech equipment Thea used were treasures to him, and the spirit of scientific exploration slowly suppressed the feelings between a man and a woman. Thea was also very annoyed at first, but gradually, her mood recovered as they played. The two of them forgot their original intentions and continued to play with each other. Until one evening, after 2 hours of discussion with Palmer about the new algorithm, Thea watched the handsome man leave. She looked at the afterglow of the setting sun and thought about something. It was a mysterious feeling. She knew that the time was up. No longer suppressing the energy in her body, she rose into the sky with a loud explosion. Amazing! Looks like I won't have anyone to chat with tomorrow. Palmer looked at the figure disappearing into the sky from afar and said to himself with a little melancholy. Thea didn't know how her new friend felt. She only knew that she was very happy. It was as if she had returned from the pool to the sea. She went from learning how to walk to running. She was intoxicated by the feeling of the energy that she had suppressed for so long. She realized that she was in a better condition than ever before. She was ready to take that crucial step. After 2 space jumps, she arrived at the edge of the universe, a place called the Wall of Origin by scholars. Spacious and thick, the Wall of Origin stood firmly, undamaged by the passage of time. There were still many powerhouses hanging on the wall. They were all people who wanted to rely on their own strength to obtain the source. Now, they were all stuck on the wall and turned into stone statues to warn the latecomers not to touch things that they could not control. The rules of this wall could block all living beings, and Xia was naturally among them. She didn't know if her idea was right, but to her, seducing and source from behind the wall was the safest and most reliable way. She didn't have Diana's luck, so the chances of her finding an source in the wild were close to zero. The Heavenly Father or Dark Side most likely had an source, but it was too precious. Even if she acted cute and shamelessly, they wouldn't give it to her. Thea could only rely on herself, or the will of all living beings, to find an source that was most suitable for her. She sat in the void and silently used her willpower. Whether it was defeating Doomsday, helping humans to climb the technological tree, or rewriting the purpose of the green lamp, she used her willpower to mobilize the effects of everything she had done to maintain order. Don't be too strong, but don't be too weak either. Xia felt extremely nervous. She could only talk to herself to calm her emotions. She was worried that her source would be too weak. After all, in terms of the source of the world, she was still the little archer, the dispensable hero. She was fundamentally different from Diana, the Lady of Destiny. It would be a waste of her efforts if she ended up as a bottom feeder after putting in so much effort and planning. However, if the source she obtained was too strong, she would be a little afraid. This was because many powerful sources had a strong assimilation ability. If she was given a source that represented the apex of the rules, such as life or death, it would be hard to say whether she would absorb the source or the source would assimilate her. Chapter 536. Thea nervously looks at the rapid consumption of willpower in the spiritual space. She bites her lips and waits for the result. In the face of the eternal wall, time seems to have lost its meaning. If she were in another situation, she would definitely enjoy the magnificent scenery here leisurely, but she is not in the mood at this time. Although she repeatedly tells herself not to be anxious, Thea is still a little nervous when she sees the willpower she has accumulated with great effort is rapidly consumed while the wall on the opposite side is still as firm as ever. Her confidence, which has been cultivated by knowing the plot for a long time, is now shaken. However, the arrow is already on the bow. Even if she gives up now, she can only grit her teeth and hold on. After a long time, the willpower in the order balance is about to be exhausted. Just when Thea is wondering whether she should learn to receive the two Buddhas Shundi to send a few great sources, a subtle light in the golden wall attracts her attention. Learning the lesson of the particle explosion in the cutting-edge laboratory last time, she doesn't dare to look here with her supervision. Now she relies on her own eyes to watch the light spot trying to break free from the wall. Even if she thinks with her toes, she knows that her plan has mostly succeeded. Now Thea doesn't care about the strength of the source. She just wants to get one first. The speed of the source is very slow. Thea stares at it until her eyes are sore, but she finds that it only breaks free a little. Fortunately, the speed is slow, but the trend is still stable. This small light spot is struggling to break free from the shackles of the wall. Come on. Try harder. Thea is glad that no one sees her at this time. She clenches her fists as if she is encouraging someone to have a baby. She puts all her remaining willpower into it, but the result is still inadequate. She has no choice but to use some unconventional means. Thea contacts all her subordinates and asks them to give up what they are doing and immediately do good deeds. Good deeds. Things that have far-reaching effects. Although the subordinates who receive her order are full of confusion, no one dares to treat it as a joke when they see her serious look. Look at you, so careless. You have to be more careful next time. In a distant star system, Death Null was dealing with a traitor when he suddenly received an order that stunned him. He hurriedly turned his blade away from the traitor's neck and even gently sent the traitor away. Thea had made it clear that even if he was up to no good, he was not to kill anyone for the next few minutes. His subordinates were in a hurry to do a good deed, causing the onlookers who did not know the truth to be puzzled. For example, the Superman and Chow Nu siblings were a little confused. Today, Fiora seemed to have taken the wrong medicine and was doing good deeds all over the streets. In the past, she wouldn't even care if people died in front of her. Today, Fiora suddenly burst forth with her fastest speed, dealing with a fire scene within 3 minutes, capturing a group of bank robbers and rescuing 4 citizens who were about to get into a traffic accident. Another example was Poison Ivy in Gotham, who controlled the plants entrenched underground and sent more than 100 criminals to the Gotham police station within 2 minutes. This made Bruce Wayne, who had already become the chief of police, extremely shocked. As for the rest, Lightning Lady in Star City, Frost Killer in Central City, Midnight Daddy in New York and the Dead Man in Alien Planet, each of them did a bunch of good deeds. Although these things were not done by Thea, they were all carried out according to her orders. Tracing back to the source would also give her a portion of willpower. However, she knew her subordinates' morals. They could do good deeds for a while, but it was impossible for them to go against their nature and make them do good deeds for the rest of their lives. This was also the reason why she gave such an order at the most crucial moment. The one with the most experience was the newly recruited Dr. Savannah. This second generation of Black Adam had lived for more than 50 years and his life experience was even richer than Death Knell. After asking Thea a few questions, he grasped the essence of the matter. Wasn't it all to create a positive impact? He was also a ruthless person. He quickly held a press conference and talked about the current situation of the underdeveloped countries. He also donated 1/3 of his total assets to build roads and bridges in underdeveloped countries. The modern system determined that once a word was spoken, it was impossible to go back on it. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. Dr. Savannah's reputation rose rapidly, and Thea's willpower also increased by a large margin. With everyone working together, the speed at which Source broke free from the wall began to increase. The wall of origin seemed to know that it could not stop it and gave up on restraining it. Haha. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. You can stop now, but don't repeat it, at least not today. Thea flew toward Source, who had broken free from the wall and informed her subordinates through the light ring channel. Hearing that they could stop, Death Knell immediately pulled out his sword and was about to chase after the traitor. However, when he heard the latter half of Thea's words, he sheathed his sword and revealed a self-satisfied smile. The rest of the people were in a similar situation. A large group of people acted like superheroes for 10 minutes before returning home, leaving behind the confused Superman, Supergirl, Batman, and Green Arrow on the street. Thea did not know about their predicament. Even if she knew, she did not have the energy to worry about it. The long-awaited moment finally arrived. The source that belonged to her and fate finally flashed with an obscure brilliance. It was like a meteor with a beautiful trail of fireworks as it converged with her. Her body directly entered spiritualization, or rather, the higher stage of spiritualization, deification. She gave up her identity as the moon god's chosen with some heartache. She even gave up the chosen's eternal night, which had always been domineering. All the blood in her body turned golden, and her bones were as white as jade. Now, even if she cut off her finger, it could be made into a divine artifact. Her entire body was reshaped, and her lifespan of thousands of years was stretched to almost infinite. The concept of life and death and the concept of ordinary humans could no longer describe her current body. Even if she really died, with the help of the connection between the source and the entire world, she could always hang on with one breath. It was a bit like the state in the game where no matter how much you fought, you would only have 1 drop of HP left. When the cultists were looking for death, they could reawaken her with some sacrifices. This was the difference between God and humans. This was the difference in the nature of life. This was only the change in her body. What came next was the main event. Her soul was going to completely merge with the source. Time flew before her eyes, civilizations were replaced, and countless intelligent beings were crying. Thea was a little confused, but she immediately understood that this was the perspective of the source. This was the past that he saw. Empathy described her current state. When the source was sad, she was sad. When the source was happy, she was happy. The two constantly shared their past. Thea saw the birth of the universe from this perspective, and saw many things that she could not describe with words. A corner of the world that was once covered with fog finally opened to her. This corner was very small and weak, but Thea wanted to sing loudly. After working hard for so many years, she finally had a trace of confidence. She had the power to protect herself, her lover, and her family in the future. She had finally become a god. Chapter 537. Thea's actual combat ability did not increase much after becoming a god, but she still felt like a bird gun had been upgraded to a cannon. In the process of leveling up, the huge amount of magic power had naturally been upgraded to divine power, which now belonged to Thea alone. The goddess of trade and wealth. Thea carefully felt the connection between herself and the world, and received the information she had now. The source had shared a lot of information with her, allowing her to quickly grasp the new divine position. This divine position was indeed not strong. Compared to the light and death gods, the combat ability of the divine position was almost negligible. However, if one were to say that he was weak, he wasn't weak. It depended on how one interpreted it. Dollars were wealth, knowledge was wealth, special skills, and certain unwavering beliefs were all wealth. The definition of wealth was very broad. For Thea, trade was a bit like a golden ticket to avoid death. As long as the universe did not return to chaos, there was still trade. Even if it was just a shell in exchange for a leaf, it was still trade. This meant that she would not die easily. Even if she died, the trade volume would increase, and she would wake up quickly. These were two related divine positions. Even if they were not strong, she was satisfied. The accumulation of trade and wealth did not refer to herself, but to the entire universe. Every increase in trade and wealth would strengthen the source in her body, and it would also strengthen her body. It could be said that it was not difficult for her to level up at all. Her divine position was very realistic and could be seen. It was much easier for her to level up than the gods of power like Superman. Furthermore, divine positions were not static. This was the difference between the new gods and the old gods. For example, Darkseid held several divine positions at the same time. It must be the same for the Heavenly Father, who was opposite to him. With the expansion of trade and wealth, Sia's divine power would grow stronger, or she could directly absorb Shazan's divine power. She could also derive new meanings from the existing deity position. Trade naturally required the use of language. The deity position of language was very advanced, and language contained magic words. Magic could be deduced from magic words. It could be said that the position of the goddess of magic was not far from her, and she could reach her with just a few turns. The old gods needed the belief of intelligent life, and the new gods needed real and effective actions. The new divine position did not conflict with what she had been doing. Instead, it was a huge supplement. There was no doubt about the importance of Earth in the entire universe. Vigorously developing Earth would allow her divine power to rise steadily. After making a simple plan, Thea was about to teleport away when a voice called out to her. "I didn't expect that a new god would be born. But you are so young. Are you the lucky one of this universe?" Miss Thea Quinn, goddess of trade and wealth from Earth. A man with short black hair and an indigo skin-tight suit with mysterious silver lines all over his body sat on a high-backed chair and looked at Thea curiously. F***CK, the Mobius chair. Thea automatically looked at the chair that claimed to understand all knowledge. It was a huge black chair with complicated and rhythmic mysterious lines all over it. Thea just glanced at it and felt that her mind was clear. Many of her previous problems had been solved. What an amazing artifact. Thea did not dare to look at it again. Her previous training of her mind was not in vain. She quickly calmed down. The knowledge contained in the chair was too heavy even for a god. She did not want to come into contact with these extraordinary matters so early. She could not look at the chair too much, but she could look at the person on the chair. This person did not come up to fight, so he must not be the original creator of the chair, the anti-watcher. At this time, Batman was still fighting street thugs, so the identity of the man on the chair now was obvious. Mitron, the god of knowledge of the new gods. Thea just glanced at him and found that there was something wrong with his condition. Rather than saying that he was the god of knowledge, it was more accurate to say that the chair was the god of knowledge. He seemed to be very interested in asking Thea, but pity would not lie. His expression and essence were too tired. Thea could feel that he needed pity. His body was essentially the same as Thea's. Divine body and divine blood, these were not fake. However, he was very weak. Even though he hit it well, Thea could still feel his exhaustion from the emotional energy. Was it because the divine seat of knowledge was too powerful that he could not bear it, or was he not a divine seat and was just a slave to the chair? Thea did not know. She did not care whether it was Mitron who was sitting on the chair or the chair. She only knew that he seemed to have something to say to her. "You are Mitron, right?" "I have seen you in the Genesis," Thea answered honestly. She had indeed seen him in the Genesis. "Yes, I am Mitron. I am here on the orders of the Heavenly Father to welcome you." If she had not seen through him, Thea would have been fooled by his shining eyes. She did not expect to be noticed so early. Of course, it was fine if she did not go. After all, the Heavenly Father represented justice. Other than being a little stubborn sometimes, he was usually very easy to talk to. What she was afraid of was that the next person to come knocking on her door would be someone from dark side. She always had to choose a side. She did not want to be on one side or the other. She was still not strong enough. Since she had to choose a side sooner or later, and the Heavenly Father had sent Mitron, she had to give him face. Thea smiled brightly, and Superman smiled brightly. "It is my honor. I have wanted to meet the Heavenly Father for a long time." Mithrin was very satisfied. Originally, he was worried that this Earthling was too young and could do whatever she wanted in her own world. Now that Sia was so smart, his mission was completed much more smoothly. He, who was in charge of many secrets, knew how important this mission was to the Heavenly Father. It was because this kind of automatic promotion to a new god was too precious. It could be said that every new god was a pit. One more on this side meant one less on Darkseid's side. The billions of years of war between the new planet of creation and the apocalypse planet could lead to a series of consequences because of the addition of a new god. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Mitron prepared to leave immediately. The new planet of creation exists in an unreachable and unreachable place. We need to use the sonic tunnel to get there. Mitron thought that Thea did not know, so he explained in detail. Thea thought about the memories of the source. She should not know, so she nodded to show that she had heard. Mitron was even more satisfied with her attitude. A new god who was not impatient and did not have any hostility was very fitting of the Heavenly Father's standards. Without wasting any more time, he tapped the armrest of the chair, and a loud boom sounded. An orange-red tunnel appeared in front of the two of them. Mitron flew in first, and Sia followed closely behind. The tunnel was very stable. It was obvious that the technology of the new planet of creation was very mature. In just 10 seconds, a world rich in energy appeared in front of her. Chapter 538. The energy here was so dense that it reminded Thea of the hidden space in Nandarbat. However, there was only mental power there, while here, the entire space was filled with divine power. Thea thought to herself, if the magicians on Earth could come here, they would have become great wizards long ago. Just as Mitrin was about to say something to welcome her, there was a sudden noise. Is this the person the Heavenly Father is looking for? He looks ordinary to me. The man was wearing a red shirt, black pants, and a silver helmet. His chin was covered in stubble, and he was riding a flying motorcycle that Thea thought was a technological device. He looked at Thea arrogantly. Thea glanced at the man's strange clothes and sighed. This guy's taste was not up to standard. She pretended not to know that he was talking about her and continued to look around. She still remembered this iconic outfit. This guy was no ordinary person. His name was Olion, the second son of Darkside and the adopted son of the Heavenly Father. If Diana was the second generation of the old gods, this guy was the second generation of the new gods. Since new employees had to keep a low profile, Thea would not clash with him. Even if she wanted to show her worth, she would do so in front of her boss. There was no need to waste time talking to an irrelevant person like him. Her non-violent and uncooperative attitude left Olion at a loss for words. Mitrin liked Thea even more. She kept a low profile and did not cause trouble. She was smart and perceptive. If she was not too weak, her future was promising. Bringing Thea to see the Heavenly Father was his mission. If they fought halfway, it would be difficult to explain himself. The new employee did not want to cause trouble. Mitrin, who often dealt with the Heavenly Father and Darkside, did not have such concerns. With his seniority, he was not afraid of the second generation of the gods. Shut up, Olion. You are questioning the Heavenly Father's orders. The god of knowledge was quite vicious. The second generation of the gods, Olion, would not fall for the trap. He explained himself, I was just passing by. In order to prove that it was on the way, Olion waved at the two of them and rode his flying motorcycle to the other side. Isn't that a wasteland? There's not even a shadow of a ghost, why are you walking over there? Thea saw the floating continent at first glance. That must be the place where the new gods lived, and the ground had been abandoned. As for Olion, who was riding an electric motorcycle, he was heading towards an empty land. Just by looking at how stubborn he was and how he would rather run around the wasteland than admit his own feelings, one could roughly understand this person's character. Stubborn, unwilling to admit defeat, unwilling to admit his mistakes, all these words could be applied to him. Thea had seen that the other party's strength was not bad, and was stronger than her before she absorbed Black Adam. However, he was not a match for the young mistress now. The old gods lived in the second world. The universe you were in before was a world where humans and gods lived together. We call it the third world. The land in front of you is the fourth world. This place used to be called the Genesis Star. It was the first place of birth formed by dust. Mitrin took Thea to the continent in the sky, introducing it to her as they flew. Light boiled when it came into contact with water, and life emerged from the light. Darkness came with the light. Jealousy and arrogance were hidden deep in their hearts. The darkness cursed them, wanting them to return to dust. The light grew brighter, and the darkness fell completely. There was a great war among the new gods, and this war lasted for countless years. The old world was broken, and it was barren and uninhabitable. We moved to the golden island that shone with the dust of hope. This is our destination, the new Genesis Star. Mitrin took Thea to land on the floating island and said proudly, "The Heavenly Father will discuss the details with you. However, goddess of trade and wealth, do you have any formal clothes?" Mitrin looked at Thea's attire after he finished speaking. Her attire was not noticeable in the outside world, but now that she was in this simple place, her British long coat and tasseled boots seemed a little out of place. Thea did not comment on her attire. Just by looking at Orion's red shirt, black pants, and silver helmet, she knew that the Heavenly Father's taste was not that high. However, Mitran was right. Her attire in front of her was indeed out of place in this environment. The deity of trade and wealth had a set of attire. Thea's heart moved, and she changed into the goddess's exclusive attire. It was a set of jeweled robes, a cloak strung with gold coins, a belt made of gold, and a pair of pearl-studded golden boots. Together with her golden hair, she looked even more jeweled. In fact, she also had a golden crown, but since she was meeting the Heavenly Father, she did not take it out. How luxurious! Mitran was a little annoyed, but he could not say anything. This was the characteristic of the other deity. If Thea was dressed like a peasant woman, he would be puzzled. The passers-by saw Thea's attire and looked askance. From time to time, some children would point at her from afar. Thea sensed for a moment. Not bad, there was trade here. She used her divine power to create their coins and threw them at the children in the distance. It was true that money was omnipotent. It was not impossible to say that there were no intelligent beings who could not be corrupted by money, but there were very few of them. The children and even the adults in front of her were not gods. Perhaps that was why they called themselves gods. Their combat power was not even at the level of a demigod in Thea's eyes. They were not much stronger than the Green Arrow Nightwing on Earth. The only difference was that they had a long life and were almost eternal. This place was like the elves in the game. They were all frighteningly old. Thea hurried past them and did not have time to ask how long their children lived. It seemed that she spent a lot of divine power to throw the coins, but she was now a god. No one could compete with her in the field of wealth. This money was actually fake. If they were grateful to her, then 3 days later, with that gratitude, the money would become real. If they did not show any gratitude, then the divine power that turned into money would naturally disappear and return to Thea. In short, no matter what the other party thought, she would not lose out. She used her divine power to receive the other party's goodwill. This was also a kind of trade for Thea. As long as it was included in the trade, no one could make her lose out. Mitran, who knew everything in the world, naturally saw through her little trick. However, it had nothing to do with him. He pretended not to see. Thea kept throwing gold coins as she walked, creating a scene of thousands of people welcoming her. Who would have thought that this was her first time here? These people did not even know her 2 minutes ago. Reality proved that the people here, regardless of gender or age, lived in a close to isolated environment. Their personalities were very simple. Almost everyone who received her money expressed joy and gratitude. Chapter 539. Just as Mitran had said, the brighter the light, the more evil the evil. The people here were a perfect example of this. There was no one like the greatest Green Lantern, Bin Su, who would pick up his bowl to eat, then put it down to curse, and brainwash his boss every day. Their act of gratitude allowed Sia to successfully complete the transaction. She didn't use up much of her divine power in the process of entering and exiting the city. However, among the many residents, this shiny guy had already gained their friendship. In other words, he had successfully activated his faction's reputation. Thea also knew that these people were useless. Gaining their favor could only be considered as gaining their popularity. It was impossible for her to start a democratic election and bring down the Heavenly Father. That would be a joke. The situation here was similar to how superheroes were relied on Earth. In war, the gods represented by the Heavenly Father were relied on to withstand the enemy's attacks. Of course, Thea was now part of this group. It was the same for Darkseid. He led a few generals to fight the Heavenly Father's side. The outcome of the battle was naturally announced. As for the small fries below, they were just there to watch the show. They did not affect the overall situation at all. There were countless battles over the years, and it was said that every battle was chaotic. In reality, it was just a battle between the gods. This was also why Mitron valued Thea so much. She could really affect the final outcome of the battle. Mitron sat on a chair and led Thea to the tower in the center of the city. When they arrived, Mitron seemed to have lost interest in talking. He crossed his arms and sat on the chair, deep in thought. Sia walked on the red carpet. She had to admit that Mitron was very cool. Every day, he would float around without his feet touching the ground. Sometimes, she even had a malicious thought. This guy hasn't exercised for so many years. Is he weak in his muscles? After entering the tower, the onlookers could not follow. They gradually dispersed after sending their blessings from afar. To be honest, Thea did not like this place. From the moment she entered the tower, she felt the solemn atmosphere. It was too solemn and heavy. It was as if there was a voice in the air whispering in her ear. Everything it said was grand and righteous. This kind of absolute justice was not her style. Fortunately, she was now a god, and these beliefs could not shake her heart. However, to leave a good impression on the new boss, she was much more serious. Even if she had to pretend that she was righteous. She had to make a good impression on the new boss, and he did not treat her like a lackey. After passing through 3 checkpoints, a tall, burly middle-aged man stood outside the gate and looked at them from afar. The middle-aged man held a scepter in his hand and was wearing a half-body armor. His thick beard set off his eyes that were filled with infinite wisdom. It was impossible for him to run 2 steps and kowtow to the heavenly emperor. She was not that humble, especially when she saw that Mitron was still moving at a constant speed. She could not make any exaggerated movements. However, this did not stop her from making some subtle expressions. Fear, nervousness, excitement, and so on. This was a response to the Heavenly Father who had personally come out to greet her. It was definitely not appropriate to stare at the new boss. Thea could only look at him with normal eyes. She could not see through this Heavenly Father. Just by looking at him, she could automatically think of words like justice, and love. This was the most powerful person Thea had ever seen in her life. She estimated that he had at least a few or even more than 10 divine positions. Unlike Thea, who was a beginner god, he had a high degree of integration with the origins. If Thea understood the origins, then he had reached the point where he himself was the origins. Thank you for your summons, Supreme Heavenly Father. Mitron was very proud. He did not speak when the person was in front of him. Thea reacted quickly. She expressed her attitude first and bowed to show her respect. My child, welcome to the new planet of creation. The Heavenly Father supported her with a loving expression. After that, he seemed to take some time to see through her. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He turned to Mitron and said, Gather the Council of 8 and welcome our new member. Come, my child. It will take some time for them to all arrive. I will show you around. This will be your home in the future. The Heavenly Father gestured for her to follow. Thea was not happy with these old people calling her a child, but she had no room to argue. The age of the place was divided by 100 million, and the remaining fraction was older than her actual age. This had nothing to do with the size of one's fist. She could only listen obediently. The new gods are not one. Mitron must have told you about this. You must remember Darkseid's name. He is the enemy of all intelligent life. He will destroy all civilizations and enslave all life. If that day comes, all life will not be able to choose their own fate. He is our eternal enemy, the Heavenly Father said solemnly. The gods are killing each other. This is not a personal grudge. This is a war that concerns the soul of the universe. It is a war between the army of light and the army of darkness. As he spoke, he pointed to the land below the floating island. Even though billions of years have passed, I can still see the battle before my eyes. Just like what happened yesterday, I fought with Darkseid for 7 days. The entire world was on the verge of collapse. Even though Darkseid and his subordinates were driven out of this place, we paid an immeasurable price. Our home was completely destroyed, and there is no possibility of rebuilding it. The Heavenly Father gestured for Thea to see for herself. Only then did she use her supervision to observe. At first, she thought that it was just the surface of the planet that was damaged, but upon closer inspection, she realized that there was a huge problem here. The crater could be filled up, and the ruins could be cleaned up, but the damage caused by the energies of both sides could not be repaired. Thea felt that many of the traces of destruction were caused by energies that she could not understand. Even after billions of years, some of these energies were still working. The Heavenly Father had guarded this place for so many years, and even he could not do anything about it. Thea could not do anything about it. However, she also knew that the Heavenly Father did not want her to give any constructive advice. The Heavenly Father was just reminding her that it was not easy for her predecessors to achieve victory, and that she should cherish and protect it. This was similar to how the Human Resources Department would show the newcomers the company's development process. The Heavenly Father would tell the newcomers about the difficulties of starting a company and deepen the newcomers' sense of identity and mission. At most, the Heavenly Father would expand this goal to an entire world. The only difference was that Thea's performance and personal ability were too outstanding. It would not be appropriate for her to be assigned to guard the door or raise horses. She would definitely be promoted to the management level, so the Heavenly Father had to personally educate her. Thea felt that she was probably right. She had no intention of joining Darkseid, so she could show her loyalty to the Heavenly Father. Chapter 540. Scolding Darkseid would be beneath her dignity, and she did not dare to do so. Thea could only express her determination to fight evil in a roundabout way. The Heavenly Father was satisfied with her declaration. Your participation is a clear signal. The final battle is coming soon, and there will only be one winner this time. Thea deduced from the plot that the middle-aged man would not be able to defeat Darkseid. Without the help of the cheats on Earth, he would definitely lose. The Heavenly Father then took her to fly around the floating island, which they named the new planet of creation. Tens of millions of soldiers proved that the Heavenly Father's claim about the final battle was not a lie. However, Thea did not have high hopes for these elite soldiers. Their battle formation training was decent, and their individual strength was not bad, but they were still far from enough to defeat Darkseid. The Heavenly Father passed by the training ground and gave a speech in his magnetic baritone voice. The soldiers were fired up, and they could not wait to fight Darkseid. Let's go. Follow me to meet the gods. They are my most trusted assistants, and you can count on them in the future. After fooling the soldiers, the Heavenly Father seemed to have received some kind of signal. He then asked Thea to fly back. The two returned to the tower. This was Thea's first time here. This was the highest authority of the new gods. Aside from Mithrin and Orion, who she had met before, there were a few other people, or rather, gods, standing in groups of 2 or 3. Our new partner, the goddess of trade and wealth, Thea Quinn. She is a peaceful and righteous new god, the Heavenly Father introduced her to his subordinates. Thea blushed a little when she heard the Heavenly Father refer to her as a righteous person. In order not to embarrass the new boss, she had to pretend to be peaceful and smile. You have met Mithrin over there. He is the god of knowledge. The one riding on the flying device is my adopted son, Orion. The Heavenly Father hesitated for a moment before continuing. He is Darkseid's second son. Many years ago, we swapped children to maintain peace. Orion is like my own son. He is the god of violence. It could be seen that the Heavenly Father wasn't lying. He really was teaching the enemy's son as his own. Originally, Orion was supposed to be the incarnation of violence, but now, there wasn't much violence left in his heart. The name Orion in Greek mythology, came from dark side. Judging from the name, Darkseid must have had plans for his second son's future. However, before his plan could even begin, it was aborted due to the exchange of children. The Heavenly Father treated the enemy's son as his own and used his love to influence Olian. Darkseid, on the other hand, had tortured his son terribly. That was how Mr. Miracle came to be. In terms of conspiracy theory, the Heavenly Father believed that his son would not fall. At the same time, he also influenced the enemy's son. In this era where new gods were as rare as pandas, the Heavenly Father had definitely won. The Heavenly Father didn't know that his love had been misunderstood. He continued, the young man beside Olian is Ray. He is Olian's best friend. He is the fastest in the multiverse and is the god of light. A young man in a white robe and red pants waved gently at Thea. Thea nodded in return. This guy would join the Justice League for a short time in the future. He was one of the few new gods who could talk to ordinary people as equals. The lady on the left of Ray is Paradis, a brave warrior. She is the god of assassination. Thea looked at the two short swords on her waist thoughtfully. The Heavenly Father then pointed at a square-shaped guy who looked more like a robot than a human. This is Hay-8, the god of forging on the new planet of creation. If you need any weapons later, you can ask him to forge them. The tallest one is Lady Canopy, the god of wind and tracking. She leads the archers of our three main armies. Another one was wearing full-body armor and had a skull tattoo on her face. Thea wouldn't have recognized her as a woman if the Heavenly Father hadn't said anything. She was at least 3 meters tall, and her arms were thicker than Thea's thighs. However, the longbow on her back caught Thea's attention. She seemed to be a very powerful archer. Mahedron, the god of lightning. He was originally a general of Apocalypse. I rescued him after he angered Darkseid. He leads the melee army and is an unstoppable chariot on the battlefield. The Heavenly Father's voice became a little louder when he mentioned his masterpiece. The god of lightning was standing alone. Was he someone who didn't have much of a presence? Thea gave him such a label. Last one. The Heavenly Father's voice was filled with pride. He pointed to a 2-meter-tall, fully armored man with a green beard that reached his chest. He held a huge hammer in his hand. This is my valiant general, the god of valor, Wuxia. He leads the cavalry of our three main armies. This is our warrior against Apocalypse, the Council of 8. As a new member, you must respect your seniors, the Heavenly Father announced solemnly. Thea nodded. However, after today, the Council of 8 would become a Council of 9. Just as she thought that the ceremony was over and that it was time to give out some benefits, the Heavenly Father spoke again. Apocalypse values strength. They fight day and night for the sake of fame. As the opposing side, we can't disregard personal wishes like Apocalypse. However, we also need strength to protect our home. Goddess of trade and wealth, please show us your strength, the Heavenly Father said solemnly. Thea felt a headache coming on. She felt that the Heavenly Father was really straightforward. It was completely different from the secretive style of the politicians on Earth. However, she didn't mind showing off her strength. From their positions, it could be seen that apart from Mildron, the god of knowledge, the rest were basically related to battle. This showed how much they desired strength. Compared to Darkseid's law of the jungle, although the losses were great, those who stood out were all powerful characters. The new creator was a little weaker, and this was under the premise that the Heavenly Father had won over one of their sons and one of their generals. Just from the fact that the Council of 8 didn't show any doubts, it was clear that showing off their strength was a necessary procedure. Among the 8, the archer Lady Canopy, the defector Madelon, and the Heavenly Father's favorite general, Wuxia, were all able to command armies. As for the fast Ray, the blacksmith Hayati, the assassin Paradis, the pretentious Mildron, and the bad-tempered lion, they could only be used as special talents. From Thea's point of view, the biggest difference was their individual strength. Chapter 541. She was the goddess of trade and wealth, and it was obvious from her name that she was more of a support type. If she only had the power provided by the divine position, she would probably be at the bottom of the hierarchy. She would have no say in anything. Thea had wanted to keep a low profile for a few days, but the Heavenly Father's suggestion forced her to abandon her original plan. It was not difficult for the Heavenly Father to see through her. He knew Thea's true strength, and he encouraged her to do so. The meaning behind this was self-evident. The Heavenly Father wanted her to show off her strength to the council, but not all of them. It was impossible for her to fight 8 at once. Darkseid might be able to do it, but Thea definitely could not. She could only choose one new god to show her strength to. The divine position increased the level of life, not combat strength. From Sia's point of view, other than Mitran who did not participate in the battle at all, the other 4 new gods who had their own specialties were only at the level of a mid-stage demigod. Perhaps the long years of contact with the source's respective deity positions would bring them some new abilities, but it did not affect the overall situation. The Heavenly Father did not want her to challenge them, so the only targets left were the 3 commanders. The 3 of them looked about the same as Thea. Most likely, they had reached the peak of demigod before ascending to godhood. They had also led the army against Darkseid's army for countless years, so they must have had a lot of combat experience. Who should she challenge? As the Heavenly Father's favorite general, Wuxia was the first to be eliminated by Thea. He had beaten up his leader's confidant as soon as he entered the company. That was an idiotic act. The archer, Lady Canopy, was also eliminated. After Thea ascended, the benefits and talents of the moon goddess were automatically cancelled. She could not use the silver moon longbow as she wished. Even if she could use it, it would not be appropriate for her to go to the territory of a new god and take out an old one's weapon. The only one left was the traitor general of Darkseid, the god of thunder, Mahedran. He knew that he was different from the natives of the new universe, so he deliberately lowered his presence. Thea wanted to show off her strength, but she did not want to offend too many people. Mahedran, who had a weak foundation, was the most suitable candidate. This was not a challenge, so there was no need for her to salute and ask for advice. Her gaze only lingered on Mahedran for a few seconds, and the gods knew what she was thinking. It was true that Mahedran kept a low profile, but he was truly powerful. Whether it was when he fought against the Celestial Father Legion or now that he was on their side, no one could deny his strength. Young new deity, Mahedran isn't that. Wuxia, who was carrying the big hammer, was about to say something when he was pulled aside by the gigantic Lady Canopy. The rest of the gods automatically moved to the sides. Fight here. Thea saw that the gods did not seem to be worried about the environment being damaged by the battle. Since others were not afraid, she was naturally not afraid. On the other side, Mahedran walked out of the crowd in a daze. He extended his hands to both sides and took out a spear surrounded by lightning from the void. He then got into position and waited for Thea to attack first. Are you going to fight just like that? Thea was a little speechless. She had already tried just now. She couldn't even take out her armor and holy sword. In other words, in this 4th world, her only protection was this dress that belonged to the goddess of trade and wealth. And Mahedran? He was completely covered by his blue and black armor. Compared to her own clothes that exposed her arms and back, his defense was on a completely different level. This was the price that a junior had to pay to challenge a senior. Thea thought about it and didn't care too much. This was a competition, not a battle to the death. Mahedran's identity as a traitor would put him in an awkward position. He wouldn't kill her, and she wouldn't have to push him to the ground. As long as the 2 of them fought to a draw, she would be able to answer to the gods present. Mahedran was the god of lightning, not the god of lightning. The difference of one word was very different. Thea had experienced the power of Zeus through many channels. Mahidran's position as a god was very limited. Even so, he was still one of the 3 commanders of the Celestial Father Legion. He definitely didn't rely on his position as a god. Referring to the law of the jungle in the Apocalypse Star, he definitely relied on his own strength to stand out from the sea of corpses. Thea compared a few tactics and decided to use the most reliable method. Mahidran had a lot of combat experience. In addition, lightning had the characteristics of light, so his speed shouldn't be slow. It was actually a good choice to use a bow to deal with him from a distance, but it would be a slap in the face to the celestial screen. Thea had to take a step back. She used her divine power as a skeleton and attached lightning magic to it. A long whip that shone with a blue light appeared in her hand. She rarely used a long whip when she first started learning, but after spending a long time with Catwoman and Barbara, she had some experience with this martial art. First, it looked good. This was the first choice of many female heroes. Wearing a long dress and holding a whip, she could easily whip the enemy until they cried for their parents. This scene was much more beautiful than an archer. Secondly, for Sia, the bow and arrow required both hands, while the long whip only required one hand. She could still cast spells with the other hand. It was true that gods had high magic resistance, but they were not immune. Some spells could still be used to deal a fatal blow at a critical moment. Sia casually waved the long whip filled with electric arcs a few times. Then, she added her own unique divine power into the whip. The lightning magic mixed with the resplendent jewels was truly dazzling. Just the sound and light effects and appearance alone were enough to make the whip worth reminiscing about. The surrounding gods wore helmets, but they didn't show off their skills. A mere flash of light couldn't do anything to them. Mahidran, who was facing Thea's aura directly, also felt a little pressured. Again, the gods were not fools. He could also understand why Thea had chosen him. It didn't matter whether he won or not, but he couldn't lose. Mahidran saw that Thea was ready, so he no longer cared about his seniority. He turned into a flash of lightning and began to attack. Unfortunately, he missed. When Thea waved the whip, she used the dazzling light as a cover and released a high-level invisibility spell. Her real body hid 5 meters to the side. Mahidran's attack missed. She quickly seized the opportunity and whipped the god of thunder horizontally with her long whip, which carried an awe-inspiring electric light. These days, there were very few people who used whips to attack, but it wasn't that they didn't exist. At least, Mahidran had seen the goddess of vengeance, Lucana, train with whips. He was no stranger to this kind of weapon. If he took it head-on, the soft nature of the whip would still attack him. No matter how much damage it would cause, if he lost the first move, his overall momentum would definitely be affected. However, Thea's whip had been calculated. The angle was very tricky. No matter whether it was front, back, left, or right, he was enveloped in the attack range. Mahidran could only rise into the air to dodge. The opponent's attack missed and he dodged another move. This gave Thea precious time to accumulate the early advantage. She was still experienced in dealing with this kind of guy with outstanding speed. It was similar to when she dealt with the leopard girl that day. She threw out a lot of slowing spells. Chapter 542. The first 2 spells were to reduce the opponent's resistance, followed by the earth element's gravity spell, the wind element's deceleration spell, and the earth and darkness element's slow spell. The 2 of them exchanged 7 or 8 moves. Sia's long whip kept widening the distance between the 2 of them. At the same time, she threw out all kinds of spells as if they were free. Even though the opponent's resistance was still very high, he was still somewhat affected. His speed was slightly reduced by half. Although Thea did not have the special speed boost from the divine position, she was still not satisfied with her own speed. After all, the attributes accumulated from so much divine power were not a joke. Mahidran, whose speed had been reduced by half, could no longer suppress Thea with his speed. He could only rely on his lightning spear to compete with her in martial arts. His martial arts were simple but deadly. It would be a big mistake to think that he only knew how to fight in close combat. This guy pretended to be in close combat and fought with Thea for a long time. Suddenly, lightning gathered on his spear, and a transparent white lightning caught Thea off guard. Fortunately, Thea's reaction was fast. She reacted a tenth of a second before the lightning gathered, and at the cost of a big hole in her cloak made of gold coins, she dodged the attack. Mahidran, who had been holding back for a long time, did not seem to be frustrated at all. He began to mix in his powerful melee attacks with irregular long-range attacks. Thea did not back down. Her long whip guarded the door tightly, and from time to time, she would use energy attacks on her long whip to return the favor. The two exchanged more than 40 blows quickly. The Heavenly Father was not exaggerating when he asked the two to spar here. The hardness of the ground and the walls here exceeded that of the hardest metal in the universe that Thea knew. The aftermath of the two's energy attacks did not cause any damage to the room at all. "It's so dazzling." Olion put down the goggles on his helmet and complained to his friend Light. He was the kind of person who fought with his fists on the flesh. He liked battles where he punched half of the enemy's kidney out. He could not accept the dazzling close combat style of Thea and Mahidran. Light, on the other hand, enjoyed this kind of battle. Or rather, he enjoyed the various lights emitted during the battle. Whether it was Thea's light of wealth or Mahidran's lightning, he could absorb and transform them into his own divine power. However, Guang, who had a calm personality, did not say anything strange to his friend. He relied on his speed, and the battle between the two was very clear to him. He also carefully described the intricacies and intensity of the battle between the two to Olion. The attitudes of the remaining gods were more or less the same. They were all in favor of having a powerful partner. The pressure of facing Darkseid was simply too great. The ordinary new Protoss were overjoyed. They did not feel any different from before because they were relying on the Heavenly Father. The Heavenly Father was carrying Darkseid, and the rest of the pressure was shared by the Council of Eight, which was now the Council of Nine. The Council of Eight on Darkseid's side had also established an elite society named after themselves. The Council of Eight and the elite society had fought for countless years. Apart from some glory, there were not many benefits. The gods were all happy to have a newcomer join their ranks to share the pressure. They did not know Thea's true strength, but they could see that their old friend Mahidran was not giving his all. From a psychological level, they were very satisfied with the result. As the battle dragged on, Thea began to have a rough understanding of her position. She had been pulled in by Mithrin as soon as she ascended, so her use of divine power was definitely not as good as Mahidran's, who had ascended many years ago. However, based on the diversity of her abilities, she had some new ideas on how to use her divine power. The most basic understanding of wealth was money. The positive effect of money was to promote circulation and maintain order. There were many negative effects. Thea immediately thought of one during the battle, and that was confusion. As the saying went, wealth moves the heart. She did not use the Eye of Obliteration, which she had obtained after the particle explosion. After ascending, she had a better understanding of how to use this ability. She had a feeling that she could obliterate Mahidran, but unlike obliterating ordinary people, the cost of obliterating a new god was incomparably high. The two of them were not in a battle to the death, so there was no need to use such a method. Thea infused her divine power of wealth into her eyes, and combined it with the emotions of fear and compassion. She used her divine power as the primary and emotional impact as a supplement. When she passed by Mahidran, she glanced at him as if nothing had happened. Mahidran, who had been swinging his spear, was instantly attracted by her gaze. He was a new god who had fought for hundreds of millions of years. Naturally, he did not have the concept of money, but greed was inevitable. Greed had stirred up a small gap in his tranquil state of mind. Fear and pity were waiting for an opportunity to act, and they quickly began to spread in his spiritual world. Fortunately, he was not a ninja master. His long life had brought him rich combat experience. The moment his attention was drawn away, he knew that he had fallen into a trap. Relying on the iron will that had been forged through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, he forcibly suppressed the discomfort. He did not care about compassion or fear. He made his heart cold, and with this cold-blooded attitude, he almost resisted the impact of Thea's gaze. The reason why he said almost was because his movements were still affected. Thea caught his fleeting flaw and wrapped her whip around his calf. He lost his balance and was thrown into the air by Thea. "Be careful, Legion Commander." Thea reached out and simulated a javelin with lightning and threw it at Mahidran, who was in midair. Mahidran had regained control of his body at this time and dodged the javelin in midair. Unfortunately, one step was wrong, and the two were already very far apart. Thea began to use her advantage, and a large amount of magic poured down on his head. Firestorm, icicles, acid rain, reduced Mahidran's magic resistance from time to time, and added a few curses. Magic power was a level lower than divine power. Many gods could actually use it, but it was one thing to know how to use it, and another thing to use it well. It was like the difference between an ordinary person and a martial arts master. There was a big difference. Thea didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that many female gods were good at using magic, such as her acquaintance Hera, the current acting king of Greece, and Isis, the queen of Egypt. These goddesses were all famous for their magic. Now, Thea naturally walked the same path. The days of rolling up her sleeves and fighting with swords were long gone. Her understanding of magic was far beyond the inherent thinking of these new gods. Mahidran was not simply suppressed. His vision was very accurate, and his combat intuition was very sharp. He had not seen many spells before, but he was still very clear about which spells could be blocked with his body and which needed to be dodged. They fought for another 20 minutes, and the battlefield was getting bigger and bigger. When the few onlookers had no place to stand, the Heavenly Father finally spoke. "Okay, God of Lightning and Goddess of Trade and Wealth, you can stop now." Chapter 543. Thea had originally wanted to show off her worth. She did not know who Mahidran was, so when she heard her new boss's order, she immediately cancelled the spell she was about to cast. Mahidran had the same thought as her, and he put away his lightning spear at the same time. Only then did the gods look at the two of them. Sia's blonde hair was curled up by the electricity, and it looked like it was about to explode. There were also two big holes in her cloak. Mahidran's appearance was not as cool as before. Half of his blue and black armor was covered in flames, while the other half was covered in frost. One of his horns had been knocked off his helmet, and the wrist guard on his left hand and palm were severely damaged. This was the result of taking Thea's meteor spell head-on. "Little girl, you're very strong." "Ha!" Wuxia, the Heavenly Father's favorite warrior, patted Thea's shoulder to encourage her. As for this 2-meter-tall guy who looked like an enlarged version of a dwarven warrior, Sia immediately said that Senior Mahidran had gone easy on her and that she had already done her best. Everyone felt comfortable with her words. First of all, the newcomer was definitely not weak. Second of all, the newcomer was not as strong as the veterans, which encouraged them even more. Even Mahidran chatted with her for a while, which was rare. This peaceful and united atmosphere pleased the Heavenly Father. As the boss, he still had to say a few words. "Mahidran, your combat ability is getting stronger, but you're still weak against long-range attacks. You need to improve on this. The Goddess of Trade and Wealth has good foresight. The only thing you're lacking is your weakness in close combat. You've missed a lot of opportunities." The big boss commented on both of them. Their strengths were worth affirming, but he also pointed out their weaknesses. Both of them expressed their willingness to accept their leader's advice. Thea did not know what Mahidran was thinking, but she consciously suppressed her close combat ability to give the gods the impression that she was good at long-range attacks. There were still a few years before Darkseid arrived on Earth. If she joined the new creator planet, she would inevitably have to fight with the Apocalypse planet. It was not difficult to choose whether to be a close combat fighter at the front or a long-range fighter at the back. Originally, becoming an archer was a good choice, but since the position was taken by the tall and strong Lady Canopy, she could only rely on magic. In order not to waste her precious combat power, the Heavenly Father thought for a moment and asked the gods, "Now that Goddess Thea has joined the Council of 8, we will change the name to the Council of 9. Does anyone have any objections?" Other than Orion, who whispered to Thea to fight with him, the other gods did not mind having another scapegoat. The Heavenly Father looked around and said, "All right, Goddess Thea is an expert in magic, so I'll leave it to you to form a magic team from our new planet." The three major armies of the new planet were the main forces on the battlefield. Mahidran's army was purely close combat. According to Thea's understanding, they were a group of spearmen. They were the first troops to face the enemy's first wave of attacks. Wuxia, the beloved general of the Heavenly Father, commanded the cavalry, while Lady Canopy was in charge of the archers. In the face of the endless apocalypse demons, the three major armies could only barely hold on. Although the armies were all first-class elites, it was not very efficient to fight against the sea of apocalypse demons with swords and knives. The Heavenly Father had long intended to form a magic army to deal with the enemies that were everywhere. Magic was the most convenient and fast way, but he had not been able to find a suitable candidate. It was impossible for the Heavenly Father to personally lead a team to teach magic. The remaining gods were not proficient in magic, and choosing from the new gods would easily cause dissatisfaction among the commanders. The gods were extremely proud, and they would definitely be unhappy if an ordinary person was put on the same level as them. Moreover, on the battlefield, strength was everything. If the selected members of the gods were killed by the enemy, it would be a mess. Therefore, the Heavenly Father had long put aside this idea. Now that Thea had arrived, his eyes lit up. First of all, her personal combat power was unquestionable. She was able to tie with the vanguard officer Mahidran. The Heavenly Father did not think that the wasteland wolf or Calabac could kill Thea in a second. Secondly, she was a newcomer and had built a magic army from scratch. It was obvious that she was capable. This was also the reason why the Heavenly Father wanted her to build a team instead of an army. Thea could roughly understand the intentions of the new boss. Building a magic army was also her goal. It would have the right to speak and would not be dangerous. This was why she wanted to fight with Mahidran. Otherwise, why would she fight with him? "As you wish, Your Majesty." There was no need for any appointment documents, nor was there a need for a leader to stamp his seal. The boss proposed, and she agreed. This was the final result. No one had any objections. After the meeting of the gods ended, everyone went to do what they were supposed to do. Thea rejected the challenge of the second-generation god, Orion, and followed the god of forging, Hay-8, to collect her welfare equipment. In her opinion, it was a new work uniform and an access card. This short, square-shaped fellow did not have the traditional concept of gender. Hay-8 was more like a robot. After a simple conversation, it was clear that Hay-8 did not care about anything other than forging. Fortunately, Thea and Diana had been fooling around for a long time. Under the influence of Diana, she had some foundation in forging. Although she could not compare to Hay-8, she could still chat casually. They chatted as they walked and arrived at Hay-8's workshop. There were no hammers, iron blocks, or bellows that she had imagined. This place was called a workshop, but it was more like a high-tech laboratory. The technological capabilities of the new gods had reached an extremely high level in Thea's opinion. Light armor, medium armor, or heavy armor? Hay-8 asked in a muffled voice that sounded like an electronic voice. If she had a choice, heavy armor would definitely be better. However, she had just told the boss that she was good at magic 3 minutes ago. Now, she had chosen heavy armor. Thea could only choose light armor based on the magical properties. The other party did not waste any more time. He picked up something that looked like a pneumatic hammer and started hammering. Various rare materials were applied to the armor on the conveyor belt. In less than half an hour, a dazzling feather coat was made. It had a golden background, silver threads, and mysterious patterns. This light armor looked more like a robe in Thea's eyes. This was different from her robe of the goddess of wealth. That robe looked good, but it was still her body that was used for defense. The robe that Hay-8 made, due to the use of various rare materials, could provide a considerable amount of defense and magic buffs. It was possible to make this kind of robe occasionally, but if it was made every day, no matter how rich the new creator's planet was, it would not be able to afford it. It's a product of the Mother Box technology. What do you want it to look like? Hay-8 handed the robe to Thea. Before she could take a closer look, he asked again. Earrings. 10 minutes later, Hay-8 handed her an aqua blue earring and explained a few words. The Mother Box technology can open a sonic tunnel. With it, you can freely travel between the third and fourth worlds, Hay-8 explained to her in a muffled voice. Chapter 544. Thea explained in detail how to use the Mother Box and the robe. Then, the other party politely asked Thea if there was anything else. The young lady's observation skills were maxed out, so she knew that the shop owner was going to close the door and send her off. She immediately expressed her gratitude and left the shop within 10 seconds. Thea hugged her new uniform and access card and felt a little refreshed. From the looks of it, the creation planet was much better than the apocalypse planet. If she went to the apocalypse planet to apply, the Mother Box would most likely give her a square version. She wanted a special version. Dream on. What? She wanted a set of armor. Was she crazy? The apocalypse planet did not have the tradition of giving out armor. If she wanted it, she had to snatch it. Thea studied the Mother Box for a while. It was actually quite powerful. With the creation planet as the starting point, she could teleport freely between parallel universes. This ability to break through the world barrier was very good. If she wanted to go to those parallel universes in the future, it would no longer be a dream. The function of teleportation between the same universe was not very useful to Sia. The main reason was that it would cause too much of a commotion. She would often make a boom sound as if she was afraid that others would not know. Her own teleportation was far more efficient than this technological device. Unlike the Mother Boxes that ordinary soldiers had, the Mother Boxes of the new gods had completely different functions. They each had their own unique characteristics. For example, Olion's electric motorcycle was based on the Mother Box technology. It mainly strengthened his momentum. Light's knee pads increased his speed. Thea's Mother Box gave her a special ability that was similar to multicasting. It was equivalent to casting 3 to 5 spells. The Mother Box would use technology to simulate one of the spells and automatically release it. The Mother Box's effect was not too surprising. The welfare robe was a surprise. It was a high-level divine artifact. It looked light, but its defense was very strong. Even with Thea's current strength, she could not tear it apart. Its magic conductivity was also excellent. When wearing this robe, other than a few high-level spells, all other spells could be cast instantly. The only downside of this dress was that it was too eye-catching. According to Thea's nature, she did not like such high-profile clothes. She would rather wear a soldier's uniform in front of thousands of soldiers and horses. However, she also knew that it was unlikely. The god's divine power was like the sun in the dark night. Gods of the same level could see her at a glance. It would be useless even if she hid underground. Putting on the robe meant that one was officially employed. There were no major issues on Earth for the time being. Thea directly used her divine power to create an avatar to deal with Earth's affairs. Completing the big boss's mission on the new creation planet was the most important thing at the moment. Thea was self-deprecating to be a newcomer, but that was only in the eyes of the Council of Nine. To the ordinary members of the new Protoss, she was a big shot. The three commanders quickly returned to their stations. Thea did not know whether they were training their soldiers or doing something else. The rest of the commanders were also busy with their own tasks. They were all gods, and none of them led her to recruit her subordinates. She had to do everything herself. If she was a new Protoss, she would not have been able to do this. Thea was as thick-skinned as a city wall. She stood in the central square and began to recruit people. It was impossible to form a magic army on Earth because the magic concentration in the air was too low. However, there was no such problem here. Even a pig could be turned into a divine pig after being cooked for billions of years. The quality of the ordinary people of the new Protoss was very high. Most of them had the strength of an elite. This was the main reason why they could resist Darkseid's endless apocalyptic demons. Thea set up a large sign in the square. It said that by the orders of the Heavenly Father, she was calling for ambitious people to join her magic army and contribute to the fight against the evil Darkseid. There was no need for a letter of appointment or any markings on the words. In this world where power reigned supreme, no one dared to falsify an imperial decree. Thea was not lying either. Everyone believed her without a doubt. No one told Thea how many people there were in the army. She decided to recruit 20,000 people first after considering that the three main armies were all in the millions. If she were to test the aptitude of each person one by one, she would have to work for 2 months. Thea did not have the time. Referring to the plots of many novels, a crystal ball about the height of 2 people was set up in the square. 50 people came up at once to test their aptitudes. Those who were good would be able to do their part for the Heavenly Father's righteousness and stay with a sense of honor. Those with poor aptitudes would be sent away with some money, which was the so-called lowering of the standards next time. You could come again. Most people felt that the test would not take much time. If they passed, they would be able to serve the Heavenly Father. If they did not pass, they would also be able to get money. They quickly spread the news, and the square was soon packed. Thea found a few strong and dignified people to help maintain order. Then, she teleported all the people who passed the test to an empty training ground. Just by looking at it, there were more than 10 similar training grounds like this on the new creation planet. Other than 3 of them that had the symbol of the 3 major armies on the door, the rest were all empty. She had taken over this place without hesitation. There was a gold coin and a star symbol on the door. This was her place from now on. When she recruited 25,000 people, she announced the end of the test. She had to admit that these people were really good at magic. In Thea's opinion, their affinity with magic was as good as Mr. E's, not to mention their intelligence. Thea sprinkled some money on the spot and received a lot of blessings. Then, she left the square and went to the base of her army. You may or may not know who I am. It doesn't matter. I am Thea, the goddess of trade and wealth. I have formed a magic army under the orders of the Heavenly Father. You are the elites I have selected. In the future, you will fight with me against Darkseid. Are you scared? Thea first introduced herself and gave a speech to motivate the people. After living in such a positive environment for so long, these people did not know how to write the word scared. Some of them were so excited when they heard that they would be fighting for the Heavenly Father that they started tearing up. You are all the best of the best. After a long period of training, you may know some small tricks, but I want you to forget those things from today onwards. I will teach you magic systematically. This is a systematic subject. You must be prepared to suffer. Of course, it was useless to just show goodwill. Thea was still very dignified when she needed to be. Her divine aura covered the entire square, and no one dared to say a word. Very well. Now, I will teach you the most basic use of magic. It was true that magic was a systematic subject, but Thea was not going to teach them the theoretical knowledge. It was unrealistic to break it down like how she taught Damien. The Heavenly Father wanted them to be able to fight on the battlefield and use their magic to kill apocalyptic demons. Thea only needed to understand the profound theories. They only needed to be powerful cannons. Mages, at least on Earth, were a bunch of undisciplined people. This was because they had too much knowledge and thought too much. They were not suitable for army battles. Thea's goal was to teach them the simplest and fastest way to cast their magic. The soldiers with the 6 main elements were selected. Most of them were light and fire, while most of them were earth, wind, and water. Not a single one was dark. Of course, Thea could not hold a textbook and teach them like a teacher. She used her divine power to create 5 stone pillars, which recorded all kinds of destructive spells. Low-level spells could be learned, but mid-level and high-level spells could only be learned with a certain amount of merit. Chapter 545. Looking at this group of people who were excited to start learning, Sia created a clone to guide them on the spot, while her main body was thinking about how to improve the lethality of the troops. She returned to Hyade's workshop and asked for a few apocalypse demons' corpses to study. The Heavenly Father's request was very simple. Killing these small fries would be the greatest contribution. He did not expect the soldiers trained by Thea to be able to kill a wasteland wolf or a kind grandmother with thousands of fireballs. That was unrealistic. Thea naturally did not have such extravagant hopes. From her battle with Mahedran, it was clear that the new god's magic resistance was frighteningly high. They were not enemies that could be killed by sheer numbers. And no one was stupid. If they could not win, they could run. The slower ones among the new gods had probably died in the billions of years of battle. Thea did not find anything useful from the apocalypse demons' corpses. She then asked for a detailed report on the apocalypse demons from Mitran. From creation to death, the god of knowledge had a complete record. You're too young for your age. You have a talent for research. How did you manage to develop in so many directions at once? Mitran was a little surprised when he asked her why she was there. He handed her a thick stack of documents, which recorded all the data of the apocalypse demons from birth to death. We do research in all kinds of fields, so I dabbled in all kinds of miscellaneous things. Thea dealt with Mitran as she flipped through the documents seriously. Darkseid had conquered countless planets. After the war, many of the captives were captured by the evil army, and the elites were selected to undergo biological modification. These were the apocalypse demons. Although they looked similar, their essence was different. This also prevented the Heavenly Father from developing something that could wipe out hundreds of millions of his troops in a single move. Thea naturally could not develop such a lethal technology, but she had the knowledge of Krypton genetic modification as a foundation. There were not many people who were better than her in biological science, but there were not many. She quickly discovered a few small problems and asked the humanoid computer, Mitran. The god of knowledge was more about understanding knowledge and recording it. It was not the same as scientific research. The difference between him and Thea was more like the difference between a scholar and a scientist. He had an immeasurable amount of knowledge on his shoulders, and he had no creativity at all. He would immediately know what others invented, but if others didn't invent something, he wouldn't notice it at all. He was able to answer Thea's questions immediately. Thea received her answer and returned to the base in high spirits. Her estimation was not wrong. The biggest enemy of these soldiers was magic. It was not an exaggeration to say that they could wipe out a large group of them. The use of magic was just right. It was much more efficient than Mahidran and the others using their spears and Yuga using his hammer. However, there was a crucial point. Her magic battle team had to prove their worth in the next battle in order to ensure that she had the right to speak. Unfortunately, magic was not as quick as physical attacks. What should he do? The young mistress directly wrote a set of simple, idiotic teaching materials based on the Apocalypse demon's body structure. After learning this set of teaching materials, one wouldn't be able to do anything other than fight the Apocalypse demon. However, an hour later, she was a little frustrated. She felt that what she was teaching was already very easy to understand, but there was still a sea of students asking questions next to her avatar. Thea believed that these people were not stupid. Her teaching materials for idiots were also very concise. The key was that the starting point of magic was too high. This ability, which was only one level lower than divine power, was very difficult for most people. She went back and forth for half an hour to get a body from the blacksmith and a report from Mitran. After that, she dissected and researched for more than an hour, and wrote the new teaching materials for another hour. After more than 2 hours, less than 300 of the 25,000 fanatical students could learn the fireball spell according to her instructions. These 300 people were already considered the most talented group of people. Sia estimated that it would take at least half a year for everyone to learn a few entry-level spells, and at the current speed, it would take at least 2 years to integrate them into an army-level fighting force. In that time, Darkseid would be on Earth. What was the point of learning magic? Thea rested her chin on her hand as she studied the teaching materials. She read them twice but did not delete a single letter. It was really too simplified. If she continued to simplify it, she might as well learn spears and hammers. After thinking for a while, her eyes suddenly lit up. Since she couldn't simplify the teaching materials, she could start from the students. Simplifying the steps for spellcasters would definitely increase their learning efficiency. It was not difficult to do this. The best way was to set up a magic network. Thea also consciously leaned towards magic. Neither the Heavenly Father nor Darkseid had a goddess of magic. Setting up a magic network in advance would be convenient for everyone and herself. She did not need to set up a magic network that covered the entire multiverse. She only needed to cover this base. After asking the Heavenly Father, she took out a star core that had once given birth to consciousness from the material storage as the source. She used the most complicated method to input a large number of spells. As long as people connected to the network, they would be able to use their mental power to copy spells on their side without needing to understand the specific operating principles. The principles of the spells, their operation methods, their trajectories, and some supporting magic arrays were all simplified. Users who accepted Sia's weave could cast spells as long as they put in some mental power every day. This was much simpler than what they had thought before. The stronger their mental power, the deeper they could reach into the magic network, and the more powerful the spells they could cast. At the same time, this mental power was fed back to the magic network for maintenance and expansion. Thea was busy for 2 hours. She set up an extremely simple magic network. Everyone in the base immediately connected. Many spells were still cast with difficulty, but it was dozens of times more difficult than before. Although a few people felt that there were hidden dangers, they were all suppressed by the enthusiastic crowd. The effect is not bad. Goddess Thea's contribution is worthy of recognition. The Heavenly Father appeared next to Thea. He looked at the people below who could already cast fireballs and icicles. He was very excited. The Heavenly Father, who was the god of love, did not want his people to fight Darkseid's biological weapons every day with spears and sticks. Darkseid's strategy was to exchange one of his elite soldiers for the Heavenly Father's. It would take hundreds of years for the Heavenly Father's army to recover. If the Heavenly Father continued to fight like this, the Heavenly Father would be at a disadvantage. Thank you for the compliment. The magic network is still very basic. If we expand it to the entire world, we must add restrictions to prevent Darkseid's army from using it. The Heavenly Father coughed twice. Magic should be fair and impartial. It is the power of the entire world. We are different from the evil apocalypse star. Goddess Thea's point of view is wrong. Yes, Your Majesty, you are right. Xia immediately admitted her mistake humbly. She was too short-sighted, and her leader was wise. Of course, that was all she said. Looking at the Heavenly Father's happy face, she knew that he didn't mean what he said. Was he on the same side as Darkseid? Who are you trying to fool? Most likely, the Heavenly Father was the God of justice, so he had to say that. If Thea took his words seriously, she would have wasted all her years in the business world. The Heavenly Father left the command for the Heavenly Father to collect whatever materials they needed and to look for Hayate to make whatever they needed. He then flew away calmly. Chapter 546. With the resources of the new planet at her disposal, she would not be stingy. Darkseid had conquered countless planets, and the Heavenly Father had also saved many of them. Their resources were far more abundant than Thea could imagine. She did not hold back at all. She threw all sorts of rare materials into the workshop. She also forced the god of forging out of the workshop to work. The hardcover version of the magic net was officially launched. She would build a node here and bury a runestone there. This guy who was more like a robot than a human was ordered around by her. Regardless of the cost, in just 10 days, the weave that enveloped the entire fourth world was set up by her. Xia directly blocked the access to the Apocalypse Star at the source and received a round of chuckling criticism from the Heavenly Father. In order to punish her for treating him differently and ignoring the principle of fairness, the Heavenly Father gave her a divine dagger, with the excuse that she was too weak in close combat and needed to practice more in the future. The dagger was indeed a good weapon for close combat. It would burn the enemy with the flames of justice for 2 hours after injuring them. Unless the person's authority in the domain of justice was higher than the Heavenly Father's, they would have no choice but to endure. Thea, who received the divine weapon, humbly accepted the Heavenly Father's criticism and said that she would follow his instructions next time. As for this incident, both of them pretended to forget about it. Her army expanded again. This time, she recruited 80,000 people, expanding the army to 100,000. It was now considered a small army. The magic net was not useful to the high-level gods. They absorbed power from the source and did not need to pass through her hands. However, it was much more useful to the ordinary citizens and the elite soldiers of the army. The soldiers of the 3 armies were the cream of the crop of the new gods. Many of them had gained the ability to cast spells with the help of the magic net. The army's combat power had increased by 10 to 20%. The 3 commanders were very busy. They practiced every day so that magic could be integrated into normal battles. Thea did not restrict the army from passing the dummy version of the magic study manual that she wrote to the ordinary people. She made it very clear that they could impart knowledge, but there had to be a transaction. Moreover, it had to be a fair transaction that the Heavenly Father valued. A large number of transactions began. The simple and honest new gods did not have the style of saying one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. They very honestly followed Xia's rules. While she was reaping the divine power of trade, the entire new god's combat power and morale began to rise rapidly. 6 days later, in the Heavenly Father's meeting hall, the Council of 9 gathered once again. This meeting had been called by the second-generation god, Olion. He made a passionate speech during the meeting, arguing that they should attack the Revelation Star while their morale was at its peak. Even if they didn't attack the Revelation Star, they should at least take down a few frontline strongholds. The 3 commanders and Thea remained silently waiting for the Heavenly Father to make a decision. The Heavenly Father was also pleased with the morale, but after thinking for a long time, he decided not to send troops. Olion was a little depressed, but he could not refuse his Heavenly Father's orders, so he could only restrain himself. Another day passed. Perhaps Darkside had sensed the high morale on the other side, but Darkside was the first to send out his troops. Your Majesty, Xianxia is under attack. Please allow me to go back and help. Wuxia, the Heavenly Father's beloved general, who was dressed like a dwarf, asked for help. Thea had been here for almost a month. Many people had provided her with information in exchange for the dummy version of magic learning materials, so she had a good understanding of the situation. Xianxia was Wuxia's home planet. He had ascended to godhood in a similar situation as Thea, but that was billions of years ago. Furthermore, this planet was not in the universe that Thea came from. It was in another universe, a parallel universe. In comics, there was a division of Earth 1, Earth 2, all the way to Earth 52, but this was not the case here. Neither the Heavenly Father nor Darkside knew which planet Earth was. They had a way of using the mother box to differentiate the coordinates of space and time. Wuxia's home planet had always been the territory of the new creation star. Now that they were being attacked, the Heavenly Father's face darkened. Thea realized that her new boss wanted to fight back. In this day and age, if one did not join in on the fun, one would be no different from a salted fish. She immediately stepped out of the formation to gain some reputation. Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the magic army to assist Wuxia in this battle. Wuxia nodded to express his gratitude. Lion, who had always been at the forefront of the battle, realized that he was now third. He did not back down and dragged his good friend Ray along. We also apply to join the battle. Thea lowered her head and wanted to laugh when she saw this. Ray had a peaceful personality, which was rare among the new gods. It was because he had a bad friend like Lion that he often went to the front lines of battle. If he was not fast enough, he would have been killed long ago. When the Heavenly Father saw that all four of them had applied to join the battle, he turned to the goddess of assassination Pilatus, who was in charge of gathering information, and asked, "Who is the enemy sending?" The brave female assassin respectfully replied, "It's Darkside's eldest son, Kalibak. Perhaps the goddess of vengeance will also join the battle." The Heavenly Father estimated that the enemy would not only send Kalibak. There were probably other gods hiding in the dark. However, the Heavenly Father had sent 4 gods. Other than Ray, who was slightly weaker in combat, the others were not weak. He immediately decided that Wuxia would lead the team and Thea would assist him. They would bring their respective armies to Xianxia. As for Lion and Ray, they would be there to help. Unlike Lion and Ray, who were alone, Thea and Wuxia immediately left the meeting hall and went to gather their subordinates. Thea directly connected to all the mages through the magic net. Now, her army had begun to take shape, and the number of people had increased to 300,000. With the help of teleportation, her army gathered very quickly. Wuxia, who was ranked first in the main army, was not slow either. The two of them gathered their troops and pulled Lion and Ray, who were just onlookers, together to open the sonic tunnel. Boom! There was a deafening sound. When everyone walked out of the tunnel, they had already arrived at Wuxia's home planet. It was a mess. Thea could see apocalyptic demons with wings everywhere. Wuxia's people looked very similar to him. They were all muscular and had green beards. They looked like dwarves who were a few sizes bigger. Unfortunately, they were facing an endless number of enemies and could barely resist. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Wuxia, who was carrying a large hammer and riding a giant beast that looked like a lion, shouted loudly. His army was basically riding on giant beasts like this. Many people were imitating his style. Everyone had a large hammer and rushed into the enemy's midst to attack fiercely. Let's go too. Everyone, follow me and adjust the target. Thea looked around with her supervision. Her magic net could not cover this place. However, she, He-8, and Mitran had stayed up late for 3 days to create a portable magic net. It was suitable for this kind of extraterrestrial battle. Today was the day to test it out. Chapter 547. The disadvantage of the portable magic net was that it could not cast too many spells. However, there was no need for them to use such high-level spells in a battle. When the number of fireballs, icicles, and lightning accumulated to a certain extent, their lethality was also very high. 8,000 meters to the southeast, the first team, follow my landing point and cast fireball. 12,100 meters to the west, the second team, cast icicle. The third team, help Yugia's army clear the ground targets. Each team had 100,000 people. Seeing 100,000 fireballs land on the enemy's head, the scene was spectacular. The small fries that were hit were burned to ashes in the air. The remaining fireballs landed on the ground, and the land within a radius of 10,000 miles was plowed by the magic army. Such a large amount of magic was concentrated in a small area, and it was a disaster for the local environment. The Apocalypse demons were made from captives from various planets and the Apocalypse planet's biological technology. These things had no magic resistance at all in Thea's eyes. A single fireball could kill 3 of them. If there was a battlefield damage statistics at this time, it would be found that the damage done by her troops was far greater than that of Yugia's cavalry. The 4 gods did not make a move. They would not waste their combat power on small fries. They were waiting for the real opponent. The magic army's speed of clearing the battlefield could be said to be the fastest. The endless Apocalypse demons were disrupted under the bombardment of various spells. Some of the monsters rushed too quickly, and when they reached the enemy, they found that their rear troops had been wiped out. Xia's idea was to cut off their Mercury-like offensive. Once the formation was broken, the remaining soldiers were just small fries who were fighting for themselves. The Heavenly Father's army could deal with these guys without suffering any losses. "O Lion, my dear brother, did you come from afar to ask me to grant you death?" A rough voice resounded in the distance. Before the voice died away, an extremely burly man with a height of 3 meters entered the field of vision. The man's brownish-black hair and beard were connected, like a lion's head. He wore black leather armor, and the exposed dark yellow muscles seemed to be cast in steel. His whole body exuded a strong aura of hostility. "Kalibok, today is the day you die." Olion was like an enraged warrior as he charged forward. There was a difference in size between the two of them, but their strength was almost equal. As the battle continued, the soldiers from both sides tacitly chose to distance themselves from each other. Thea watched the battle with great interest. This was her first time witnessing a battle between 2 new gods, and it was a battle between Darkseid's evil eldest son and Darkseid's righteous second son. The gods around them didn't seem surprised at all. They knew that this wasn't the first time these two had fought. Thea took a few glances and discovered some clues. Olion was much stronger than what she had sensed before. If Thea and Kalibok were to exchange positions, although she wouldn't lose, she wouldn't be able to take down Olion in a short period of time. Did he use some secret technique to increase his strength in a short period of time? "Is Orion that powerful?" she asked the ray of light beside her. The gentle ray of light didn't hide anything from her. Olion's godhood of violence can give him a lot of divine power, but he doesn't like to use it. Thea nodded. This was the blessing of the godhood of violence. It was obvious from the name that it had nothing to do with justice, so Olion had been deliberately suppressing it. Thea felt that Darkseid had suffered a great loss. He had given such an excellent son to the Heavenly Father, and now he was an enemy. The Dark Lord must be regretting it. She then looked at Kalibok, the god of torture, who was said to be on par with Superman. To be honest, she was a little disappointed. What did he mean by being on par with Superman? What a load of bull. This guy was no match for Superman at all. What was there to be proud of when he tied with Superman, who didn't dare to use his full strength. In the alliance of injustice, Superman could fight Darkseid one-on-one without any worries. Kalibok was no match for Darkseid. The guy with the lion's head was shouting loudly, but now he was suppressed by Olion in less than 30 moves. It was not difficult to predict his defeat. Seeing that the gods on her side were all watching and did not go up to attack, Sia felt that they had probably cultivated a kind of unwritten rule after hundreds of millions of years of fighting, and that was that they had to fight one-on-one. They couldn't attack together. Regardless of the outcome of the battle, other than the Heavenly Father and Darkseid, the other gods, including Thea, didn't have an overwhelming advantage over any other god. If they were allowed to attack together, the Council of Eight and Darkseid's elites would probably die out in less than 100 million years. In the remaining time, only the two of them would be left fighting alone. The scene was too bleak, and the gods, regardless of whether they were good or evil, consciously avoided such a scene. So even though Olion had the upper hand now, he didn't ask his friend Ray to help. Of course, Thea welcomed such a battle atmosphere. She didn't want to throw herself into a meat grinder at all. It took a lot of effort to become a god to reach her current level, and she cherished her life a lot. If she could live well, she wouldn't want to die in a corner with a drop of blood left. This was evident from the fact that Darkseid always sent his avatars to fight and never fought in person. The Dark Lord was evil, but he cherished his life even more than Thea. After straightening out the logic, Thea felt a lot more at ease. The Heavenly Father wouldn't attack Darkseid's elites, and the other gods wouldn't attack the Council of Nine. It seemed like they had been fighting for hundreds of millions of years, but in fact, they had been consciously limiting the scale of the battle. Just as she was wondering if she should just slack off and get through this battle, another god jumped out. Is this the new god of the new planet of creation? It's been a long time since I've seen such a young god. TSK, said a white-haired old woman who was 1.8 meters tall. She was wearing golden fish scale armor and a red cape. It's Granny Benevolent. She's the god of deception. She's very good at close combat and mind control magic. You have to be careful, Ray whispered and gave her an encouraging look. Huh? What's the meaning of this? Thea was a little speechless. I didn't say I would accept the challenge. Is there an unspoken rule here that I have to accept a challenge? She looked at the old blackmailer, no, the kind granny opposite her. Her face fully explained what it meant to be repulsive. It was very similar to the image of Granny Roan in the television series. She was ruthless, vicious, mean, and a little treacherous. Granny Benevolent was born with a sarcastic face. It wasn't difficult for the Apocalypse Star to know Thea's information. The new planet of creation had spies on the Apocalypse Star, and Granny Benevolent must have done the same. She could even find out about trivial matters, so there was no reason for her not to know about something like this. Chapter 548. Sia handed over the command of the army to her assistant, Bika. Bika was the future wife of Olion and the daughter of the scientist, Simon. Simon was a spy sent by the new creator star to the Apocalypse Star. He was an outstanding scientist and the inventor of the Mother Box. From all angles, Bika could be said to be a trusted aide of Father Heaven. In the beginning, her spiritual power was twice that of an ordinary person. She was also a magic type who had ascended to godhood, so spiritual power was her strongest attribute. At the same time, she had many emotions gathered in her body. Only she could brainwash others, no one could brainwash her. Others might be afraid of the kind grandmother's mental control, but she was not. She put on her divine robe and held a lightning whip in her hand. She rose up and stared at the old woman. You old dog of Darkseid, you should be punished for the sake of all the innocent people you have killed. Thea did not know what the old woman had done, but she could not give up on the advantage of being in the righteous faction. She was not just talking. Her hands were not idle either. She threw a lightning bolt filled with lightning magic at the old woman. As the trainer of the goddess of vengeance, the kind grandmother's skills could be said to have been tempered thousands of times. She was not afraid, and with a punch, she scattered the lightning beam, and then pulled herself out and began to attack. Little girl, you are still too young. Come to me. My training will give you unparalleled strength. Don't you remember? I am your friend. The kind grandmother's voice had a hint of bewitchment. This shameless old man was spouting nonsense in front of him. He was really sick of it. Wasn't it just brainwashing? Who was afraid of who? Thea suppressed the irritation caused by the old woman's words and immediately retaliated. Old woman, you are already so old, yet you are still trying to act pitiful. You really need to be pitied. The kind grandmother brainwashed people every day, so she was very resistant to this kind of mental suppression. She used a little strength to get rid of Thea's pity. If you don't want pity, then what about fear? You are in the evil faction. You must be afraid. Thea switched to fear, which she was best at. As a native of Apocalypse, the kind grandmother had walked step by step through mountains of corpses to reach her current position. It was not an exaggeration to say that her willpower could be described as iron. Did she feel fear? A little, but not much. Logically speaking, this move wouldn't do much damage to her, but Thea's shout was so loud that everyone could hear it. This was bad. Darkseid was the Dark Lord, the god of destruction of many worlds, the destroyer of the underworlds, and the destroyer of the underworlds. He had a whole bunch of titles on him. How could he not be afraid when such an evil big shot appeared in front of him every day? Do you still want to survive? It was like saying that the Heavenly Father was kind to the Heavenly Father but evil to Darkseid. This had nothing to do with combat prowess. It was a serious political issue. If the kind grandmother did not want to go back and be executed, from a politically correct point of view, she had to be afraid. Even if she was not afraid, she had to say that she was afraid, and she had to be extremely afraid. The kind grandmother's acting was really good. She did not exaggerate at all. In a thousandth of a second, she pretended to be dumbfounded, and Thea took advantage of this opportunity to cut a large wound on her arm. The short sword that the Heavenly Father had given to the kind grandmother made it impossible for her wound to heal. The fire of justice continued to burn, and this made the old woman's heart ache. She was very experienced in dealing with the fire of justice. She wrapped the wound with a black bandage, temporarily suppressing the fire of justice. It would take a lot of effort to eradicate it. Darkseid did not have the patience to treat his subordinates. The kind grandmother did not dare to play mind control with Thea anymore. When she saw Thea holding the whip, she felt that Thea was most likely not good at close combat. She immediately used her strength to attack Thea's weakness. She wanted to salvage the situation. Of course, Thea would not let her do as she wished. It was very dangerous to engage in close combat without knowing her opponent's moves. The gods had lived for countless years, and each of them had rich combat experience. It was impossible to rely on the thousands of years of martial arts on Earth to suppress her. The best plan was to increase the distance between them and observe her opponent's moves. Thea did not care about the gains and losses of each move. She swung the whip so hard that it was impenetrable. At the same time, she constantly used magic to test her opponent's various attributes. The kind grandmother had high resistance to all kinds of magic. Her only weakness was that her resistance to the light element was a little weak. Sia immediately began a fierce attack. Light arrow spell, flash spell, and the magically modified version of the six-staff prison of light were all thrown over. The kind grandmother struggled to break free, but the price she paid was a bloody gash on her face from Thea's lightning whip. After losing 2 moves in a row, she quickly calmed down. She let out a shrill scream and temporarily forced Thea to retreat. Darkseid also knew that his eldest son, Kalibok, was brainless. Although Kalibok was the leader, the real power of the army was in the hands of the kind grandmother. He had originally invited Thea to fight because he saw how powerful the enemy's magic army was. On one hand, he wanted to test the strength of this new god. On the other hand, he also wanted to interrupt the enemy's magic army. Unfortunately, it was a long and fruitless battle. Now that she saw that Thea did not take advantage of the situation to attack, she finally had the time to look up and observe the battlefield. The two Furies who came with her had already entered the battlefield. Bernard, who was armed with a long spear and a sword, was barely able to fight to a draw with the ray of light. Heavy Step, who was wearing a pair of metal boots, was unfortunately matched up against Wuxia, who was even more powerful. Wuxia, who hated the fact that his people were slaughtered by these people, waved his sledgehammer vigorously. As the leader of the three armies in the father's camp, Wuxia, who was also the strongest in terms of combat power, was facing off against the Furies, who were at the bottom of Darkseid's camp. The result was obvious. Heavy Step was struggling to hold off the angry Wuxia. On the other hand, Olion and Karibok were fighting. Olion did not dare to use too much violence, so both sides were tied again. However, Karibok was injured, so it seemed that he would lose in the long run. "Retreat!" the kind grandmother shouted. "Stop them!" Wuxia shouted at the same time. Xia didn't have much confidence in defeating this old woman, and even if she could, she didn't want to stand out too much. It wouldn't be a good thing to kill the enemy's general as soon as she arrived, no matter how she looked at it. However, now that Wuxia had given the order, she had to deal with it. She was already prepared, so she immediately activated the spell that she had been silently chanting. "Stop!" A huge mouth that could cover the sea and the sky appeared behind the benevolent grandmother and bit down on her. This was the shadow of the crocodile god, Sobek, that Thea had intercepted from the River of Time. This animal god in Egyptian mythology had amazing bite strength, and it was impossible to kill it. Even if Thea's real body was here, she would not be able to kill the kind grandmother, not to mention that this was just a shadow formed from Thea's divine power. However, it would not be a problem to trap her for a while. The old woman put her foot under her chin and her hand on her upper jaw. She was struggling with the crocodile god. On the other hand, Olion no longer cared about the damage to his state of mind. He activated the power of violence again, and an endless stream of power began to crush Karibok. Wuxia, who was beating up a child, shouted excitedly. He was already much stronger than his opponent in all aspects. Now that he was excited, his combat power had increased by another 10%. He used his usual method of attacking with great force. Now that he was facing Wuxia, who was even stronger than him, there was no way he could fight back. Xia trapped the kind old lady, so she naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. She used the magic beam cannon that she used to deal with Horus that day. Divine power that was even stronger than that day was condensed between her fingers, and she didn't stop attacking the trapped old lady. The kind grandmother, who was now a living target, had to resist the crocodile god's bite while dodging fatal attacks. This made her very embarrassed. After dodging 2 shots in a hurry, the crocodile's bite became tighter. Her situation did not improve. Instead, it became worse. Chapter 549. Ah! There was a scream in the distance. Heavy Stomp was hit in the face by Wuxia's hammer. Wuxia did not wait for the other party to get up. He ran over and hit the other party twice with his hammer, knocking the other party unconscious. The army commander's victory made his cavalry army cheer even louder. The entire battlefield could feel their excitement. The kind grandmother knew that she was going to lose today. She immediately stopped dodging Thea's finger gun and escaped from the crocodile god's mouth at the cost of her right shoulder being pierced. She shouted something that sounded like the wind was blowing and ran into the distance. In the face of a disaster, they ran away separately. This was their way of doing things. It was impossible for them to cover each other and retreat slowly. Bernard, the goddess of vengeance, who was fighting against the light, seemed to have activated some secret technique. He instantly increased his speed and escaped into the distance. Karabakh also escaped the battlefield at the cost of a broken arm. The three gods were very strange. They all ran in different directions. This made Thea slightly stunned. When she wanted to chase after them, there was a sonic boom in the distance. The three gods quickly went into the tunnel. Ha, these dirty maggots are good at escaping. Goddess of trade and wealth, don't mind them. Wuxia saw the embarrassed expression on her face and comforted her. Although Xia wasn't prepared to fight them head-on, she didn't expect them to run away so quickly. Now that she heard Olja's words of comfort, she also expressed her stance of upholding justice and not rubbing sand in her eyes. She also congratulated the other party for capturing a goddess of vengeance alive. Haha. You all have contributions, all of you have contributions. Wuxia, who looked like a magnified version of the dwarf warrior, grinned widely and laughed happily. With his combat strength, he was able to deal with a member of the Goddess of Vengeance battle team who did not have a divine seat and was more like some kind of fake god. It was not difficult for him to obtain the achievement of capturing the other party alive. The two high-level opponents were stopped by Olian and Thea. He, as the strongest on his side, defeated the weakest on the enemy's side. He got off to a good start and deserved some credit. The three deities from the Apocalypse Star had left the battlefield, and the remaining soldiers were no match for the new Genesis Star's army, and they all scattered after a little resistance. The new planet of creation did not pursue them. These soldiers were all produced in an assembly line, and they all carried the mother box. The gods were not interested in such enemies. They reiterated the principle that this planet was protected by the Heavenly Father. They pressed the Goddess of Vengeance down and opened the sonic tunnel to return to the new planet of creation. The news had already spread to the rear. This was undoubtedly a great victory. Wuxia was envied by his colleagues. It was because capturing the other party's god was something worth celebrating. He happily handed the captive over to the Heavenly Father. As for whether the big boss would reform, brainwash, or deal with the captive, even if he was a trusted aide, he wouldn't say anything. The entire new creation planet fell into a sea of celebration. Many people sang and danced as if it was a festival. In order to reward Thea for her achievements, the Heavenly Father officially appointed her to establish the fourth army of the new planet of creation, the Magic Army. In the next few days, the new army had such a good foundation, and the recruitment process was very smooth. A large number of people with magic talent who were previously eliminated because they were not good at close combat joined her army. Many of these people were the reserves of the three major armies. They were all very strong. Now that they had the opportunity to join the main army, they all forgot to eat and sleep to learn magic. Thea stayed on the new planet of creation for another half a month. The Earth clone sent news that something big seemed to have happened. She also missed Diana a little. After taking care of the matters at hand, she informed the Heavenly Father and opened the sonic tunnel to return to Earth. They were all deities, and the Heavenly Father only needed to be present during meetings and battles. Just like how light traveled between different universes every day, and how Mitron ran around the universe to obtain knowledge, the Heavenly Father couldn't restrain him. There was no discipline here, and it was fine as long as they could contact each other at critical moments. Boom! With a loud explosion, Thea returned to Earth. Her tunnel opened in the Bat Cave. Previously, when Batman contacted her clone, he only said that the situation was serious and didn't talk about the specifics. Batman wasn't the only one in the Bat Cave. Zatanna, who was wearing a small purple suit and fishnet stockings, was also here. Both of them expressed surprise at the way she suddenly appeared. "This isn't magic, right?" Batman asked his childhood sweetheart Zatanna. "No, there's no magical fluctuation." At this time, Thea was wearing her original clothes. Zatanna didn't know that the two of them had met before. She looked at the transmission for a while and was sure that it wasn't any transmission she knew. Before she had time to think about the transmission, she was attracted by Thea's appearance. After ascending to godhood, the young lady's appearance had reached true perfection in the literal sense. Even though Zatanna was a woman, she was still stunned by Shay's beauty. There was no need to be as cold as ice when doing business. Shay's temperament now gave people a subtle sense of closeness. Even though she hadn't spoken, the originally cold bat cave had warmed up by 2 degrees because of Shay's arrival. "Oh. Miss Zatanna, right? I've heard a lot about you." Thea took the lead to greet her. Her refreshing tone gave Zatanna the illusion that she was meeting some country's leader. Zatanna thought that the other party's identity as a billionaire gave her an illusion. The appearance of the two of them was not on the same line at all. Zatanna didn't even have a trace of jealousy. "I've also heard a lot about Dr. Quinn. You're even more beautiful in person than on TV." Zatanna said as she bowed slightly without realizing it. Theo laughed. You two are here. I'm not disturbing you, am I?" She pointed at the two people who were only a few centimeters away from each other. Zatanna smiled awkwardly. Batman's facial muscles twitched slightly. The originally tense atmosphere relaxed. "Tell me, what's the matter? Mage Zatanna is here too. Is it about the mystical side?" Thea asked calmly. She had been to the Bat Cave many times and was very familiar with this place. "No, I was just talking to Bruce about this. It's not about mages." Before Batman could speak, Zatanna interrupted. Theo looked at Batman with a head full of question marks. "Why did you ask me to come here?" "It all started a month ago." Batman's voice was a little dry. After he finished speaking, he turned on several screens behind him and introduced them to Thea. First is Idaho. Many farm owners found that their crops withered overnight, but it didn't attract attention at the time. Next is Utah. These are the hunters who fled there. Batman pointed at the two young people who appeared on the screen. They were holding shotguns in their arms. The video was taken by a third person behind them. The video was very clear. The purpose was to capture their heroic looks so that they could brag about it to the little girl in the future. The two of them were aiming at a wild deer. From the side, there was no problem. Just as they were about to shoot, the wild deer turned its face. Half of the deer's face was completely rotten. A large amount of diseased tissue was densely packed on its body. The wild deer saw the hunters attacking the two of them like crazy. The video ended there. Also, in Wyoming, there are black clouds of mosquitoes and flies raging. In California, there are people who saw a large number of deformed people staggering on the road. Also, Batman pointed at the strange situation on the screen and introduced it to her. Such supernatural things should be in your field of expertise. You can't let Superman deal with it, right? Batman stared at the two girls and asked. Zatanna's expression was ugly. The images were too disgusting, especially the black clouds made of mosquitoes and flies. It made her very uncomfortable. Thea, whose obsession with cleanliness had become more serious after she became a god, also felt disgusted. Most importantly, she knew about this incident. If she was not mistaken, this seemed to be a major incident. Chapter 550. The descent of the rotten kingdom was the green of all things, the red of all things, and the black of decay. It seemed to be a problem of the ecological balance. She just didn't expect it to happen so early. In her impression, the descent of the rotten kingdom should be an event after the day of solstice. Whether it was triggered early or accidentally, she still needed to observe further. Looking at your expression, you know something. Batman had been observing Thea's subtle expressions. I don't know if I'm right, but I'm sure this isn't something done by evil mages. The wastelands and zombies you mentioned just now can be done by mages in theory, but it takes a lot of effort. In this day and age, who has nothing better to do than to compete with farms? I think this is caused by the imbalance of all things on earth. Mage Satana, you think so too, right? That's right. Do you know the reason? The mage's curiosity was bigger than a cat's. Satana only thought about it from her own point of view, so she didn't know the inside story. Now that she heard Thea saying that she had an answer, Satana's eyes immediately lit up. Probably. Do you know where the swamp monster is? This should be his business. The swamp monster had been hanging out with Lady Xanadu for a long time, so Satana should know him. As an onlooker, Batman couldn't wait to record her words and analyze them word by word in the future. He was very unhappy with this kind of thing that he didn't understand. His scrutinizing eyes kept moving back and forth between the two girls. You're talking about Dr. Alec Holland. I heard that he returned to normal 2 years ago and went to live a normal life. Satana's answer made Thea's eyes widen. What the hell, the incarnation of the green of all things retired and went home. Was he fired by the tree council formed by those drama queens, no, the tree spirits, or did he just quit? Thea sighed with a lot of questions. Seeing Batman's eyes that seemed to say that he wouldn't let her off if she didn't explain it clearly, Thea felt that she still had to explain it to him. Moreover, looking at Satana's expression, she was afraid that she didn't know much about it either. After thinking about it, she decided to start from the beginning. As far as I know, the swamp monster is the embodiment of the green of all things. The green of all things, the red of all things, the black of decay, the ash of withering, the bacteria of division and the metal spirit form the most basic balance of our world. Satana was a little dumbfounded. She only knew about the green of all things, and this was the first time she had heard about the rest. Batman reacted quickly. You said before that the balance was broken. Is it because of that swamp monster? Thea hesitated for a moment. I'm not sure. It doesn't seem to be something that can be explained by one step and one step back. It's very complicated. I've never paid much attention to the things between them. By the way, the big zombie that we fought outside Gotham that day represented the ash of withering. These are the ones in front of us. Thea pointed at a few screens. It should be the black of decay. However, in my opinion, the black of decay is also the foundation of the material world. Although they don't have the concept of good and evil like we do, they shouldn't be doing something like this. The ones in front of us look like they've lost control. Someone's controlling them from behind the scenes. Batman immediately thought of this key point. Thea couldn't analyze it either. She could only analyze the problem in detail. She didn't dare to guarantee that the timing didn't match up. Just as they were about to discuss the next step, one of Batman's communicators rang. He looked at it and said to Thea, "It's the president." Thea knew that Batman had always been in contact with the higher-ups. As more and more people knew about her true identity, she had no intention of hiding it. She nodded calmly. Satana chose to avoid the call. Soon, the president's old face appeared on the centermost screen. Batman, oh. Professor Quinn is here too. Mr. President, you look good. Thea greeted him cheerfully. She was now a god. Although the black of decay was troublesome, it wasn't enough to make her panic. Mr. President's inner thoughts were, I don't look good at all. This unlucky president had his life reduced by 2 years for every year he was in office, and 10 years for every year he was in office. He really had too many problems. He smiled bitterly and replied with a few words. Then, he got to the point. A terrible incident happened in Louisiana. CNN is reporting it. I've sent the National Guard to set up martial law in that area. However, horrifying disasters are happening all over the world. Birds in the metropolis are dying in droves. The cattle farm in Seaside City seems to have caught some kind of plague. All the cattle are. You're all superheroes, so I want to ask you, what should I do? While he was talking, Thea was not idle. She used her personal computer to connect to the Quinn Group's satellite. A huge amount of data began to gather. They were mainly concerned about the United States, but Thea saw the whole world. This was a worldwide natural disaster. The Brazilian rainforest, the African grassland, and other countries were affected to varying degrees. If the Black of Decay was allowed to wreak havoc and turn into a country of decay, a dead and rotting world, then there would be no ghost trade or ghost wealth. This was simply destroying Thea's job. She couldn't tolerate it. Mr. President, don't worry. I'll take care of this. Thea interrupted the president, who was complaining to Batman. The president praised her for taking care of everything before hanging up. The situation is very serious. Where do we start investigating? Batman glanced at the CNN report that the president mentioned. The roads were completely paralyzed, and thousands of citizens were covered in rotten flesh. They wandered between the cities and the countryside like zombies in Resident Evil. The aerial footage also showed some former citizens who wandered near the cordon and were shot into sieves. The whole social order could collapse at any time. Thea pondered for a moment. The incarnations of the green of all things and the red of all things must be found. Dr. Alec Holland is the key. Put him first. Find him immediately. This kind of person with a name was too easy to find. When Thea was about to teleport, Batman stopped her and said that he also wanted to go. I don't know what happened to you, but I can feel that you are getting further and further away from humans. This is a human matter. I have to get involved. Thea was fine with it. Batman could always come up with some strange things. She might have to rely on him in the future. At the same time, Zatanna was also very interested. The three of them could go together. Instead of using the sonic boom channel, Thea chose to teleport directly. Zatanna also knew teleportation. She immediately felt that the teleportation was extraordinary. Many questions were buried in her heart, waiting for the opportunity to ask. They came to a remote town in Louisiana. Dr. Alec Holland's house was not far from the town, and the large-scale zombie wave was less than 100 miles away from here. It was obvious that there was some inevitable connection between the two. All the humans in the town closed their doors. The three of them quickly found the cabin not far away. Batman gently pushed the door open. There was only a middle-aged man in the room. He was doing some experiment with his head down. Chapter 551. Dr. Holland, the world needs your help. Batman said stiffly. He didn't have a good impression of this kind of person who didn't do their job and turned the world into a mess. Although that saying wasn't popular in this world, Batman had always been an example of what, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility, meant. To have the power but not use it, this was a kind of cowardice in his eyes. The middle-aged man turned around, his face was full of fatigue as he looked at the three uninvited strangers. He didn't know Zatanna, the swamp monster, and his own memories weren't completely integrated, plus he had been hiding from the world for 2 years after he recovered. He hadn't seen Thea either, the only person he knew was the famous Batman. I knew you would come to me, you want the swamp monster to help, but I can't do it now, I really can't, the green of all things has already abandoned me. They want to punish me. All the blame is my fault, I didn't want it to be like this. The middle-aged man was in pain as he spoke incoherently. It was obvious that he knew the current crisis the world was facing. His kind nature was whipping him every minute and every second. He wanted to stop all of this, but unfortunately, without the power of the swamp monster, he was just an ordinary middle-aged man. The swamp monster helped Thea purify her bloodline. It could be said that it gave her the first bit of help. Although the source was at the behest of Shangdu, Thea had always remembered this favor. She didn't want to force the other party too much. She pulled back Batman, who wanted to beat him up. Doctor, maybe you don't remember me, but I still have to say, even if you can't turn into a swamp monster for the time being, you can still help. We need the ecological restoration reagent you developed. As long as this reagent is sprayed all over the world, it can temporarily stop the spread of the black decay. You're going to use technology to solve this problem. Batman immediately became spirited. Technology was good, he was good at it. It can only be called containment. I need to spend time to find the real cause. And the amount of reagent must be precisely controlled. It's not a good thing for the green of all things to spread to the world. You don't mind if I bring the doctor to your bat cave, right? Batman couldn't mind even if he wanted to. Thea told Dr. Holland her plan. You also know about the darkness of decay. Who are you? Thea didn't have time to explain to him. She brought the three of them back to the Batcave. Batman immediately asked Dr. Holland to study how to standardize the reagents. If they were to rely on the two of them to do it by hand, it would be too late. Zatanna, who had thought that there would be a magic war, was disappointed. Using technology to solve problems was not cool at all. Thea began to call the heads of state of several countries. All the large biopharmaceutical companies around the world stopped working and prepared to concentrate on producing reagents. The logistics department began to prepare the raw materials. Several rocket centers also began to prepare. As long as the production here was completed, they would pull the materials onto the rocket and launch it into the sky. Batman's reputation as a hack was well deserved. As soon as Thea finished coordinating several aspects, he settled the production process. Several major biotech companies, including Wayne Enterprises and Quinn Enterprises, immediately began manufacturing like crazy. This was a battle for ecology. They didn't have to do it together. They launched batches after batches. The green reagents began to be sprayed all over the world with the help of rockets. Superman also joined in midway. He carried several tons of reagent barrels and threw them into the disaster areas. The effect was immediate. A large number of plants grew crazily and automatically suppressed the spread of the darkness of decay. For 3 whole hours, there was no more supernatural phenomenon around the world. The world's leaders celebrated. This was not a plague, but it was worse than a plague. It was too scary. If it could infect ordinary people, it could naturally infect them too. No one wanted to become a walking corpse. While they were celebrating, the people in the Batcave were still gloomy. This was only the first step. They hadn't found the mastermind behind the scenes, and they couldn't guarantee that the reagents launched would reach a balance with the ashes of decay. How could it be possible for Batman to calculate a balance between the two without a formula or theorem? Thea also felt that it was a bit difficult for Batman to calculate blindly. She asked Dr. Holland, that tree council or something, they should know the details of the entire incident. Or they could make you become a swamp monster again. Connecting to the green of all things should also allow you to understand the development of the incident, right? The middle-aged Dr. Holland's face was still gloomy. I don't know where you heard the name Tree Council, but I have to tell you with regret. If they don't contact me, I won't be able to enter that world. You won't be able to contact it either. Thea sneered in her heart. What was so great about a few tree ants? Wasn't it just a subspace? These green of all things and red of all things were very similar to origins. They were most likely wild origins from billions of years ago. It was only through the erosion of time that they combined with part of Gaia's will that they finally awakened their own consciousness and became something else. Now that they had become a part of the foundation of the world, there was no longer any possibility of them being absorbed. Thea could definitely trace back to the source to find this subspace, but it would be very troublesome. She had a better way. As long as I give you some green of all things, you'll be able to communicate with that place again, right? Thea asked the middle-aged doctor, you still don't understand what I mean. They rejected me and took back my power. I really want to help, but Thea raised her hand to interrupt him. The green of all things was very impressive, but it wasn't to the point where it could be used to dominate the entire universe. Furthermore, without Butcher Zhang, who wouldn't eat a pig with hair? Dr. Holland looked as if his entire family had died. He probably thought that he was the only one who could communicate with the green of all things. Thea contacted Poison Ivy. Poison Ivy, who was in Gotham, quickly arrived at the Batcave. This was her second time here. Poison Ivy still didn't dare to look at Thea, but she didn't mind. She glanced at Satana. The magician in fishnet stockings made her take a few more glances. Their gazes met in the air, mixed with some indescribable meaning. Doctor, look at her. She should also have the green of all things, right? Thea asked Dr. Holland with certainty. The middle-aged man's eyes widened. Of course, it wasn't because of Poison Ivy's appearance, but her essence. Although it was a little strange, Poison Ivy did have the essence of the green of all things. It was as bright as a lamp in his eyes. He noticed Poison Ivy's abnormality, and Poison Ivy also noticed his uniqueness. Thea, why did you ask me to come? This guy, see if you can give him a small amount of energy, Thea said, pointing at the doctor. Poison Ivy didn't know anything about the green of all things. From Thea's understanding, Dr. Holland was an official employee, and Poison Ivy was a hacker who took the access card. Now that Dr. Holland was fired by the company, he wanted to go back and apologize to his boss. However, he was rejected and refused to listen to his explanation. Therefore, his last resort was to ask for Poison Ivy's help. Although the way to obtain it was different, the essence of the power was the same. Poison Ivy just had to give Dr. Holland a little green leaf, and he would be able to extract the green of all things that he could use. This is enough. I've found the entrance to the green of all things. At this moment, many vines suddenly appeared on Dr. Holland's body, and many ancient patterns appeared on his face. He remembered his mission and didn't waste any energy on his body. Instead, he immediately communicated with the green of all things. He only closed his eyes for a moment, and he established a connection with the other side. Using this connection, he opened a small gap in the green of all things. I want to see what the green of all things is. Thea had been tracking his spiritual signal for a long time. Seeing Dr. Holland open a small gap, she immediately activated her divine power and chose to force her way in.